Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I am, as ever and as always, your host, the Lore Runner. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of these spells like, really? Do you want me to do that? Good morning, USM Corp. So, before we get started with the Crafter quest, I wanted to go ahead and get Blue Mage out of the way. After a little bit of looking into a few specific things and actually spending some time doing a little bit of research, I've decided that Blue Mage sucks. So, we're going to cover this in brief as we go through this. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and accept the quest here. We've become a Blue Mage. Woo! Lord, something terrible's happened. Martin was almost killed. No. Who? We told him he worked too hard that he should rest. She did not listen. He wanted medical care for Wallachie, but now he is the one who needs help. Of course, Martin cannot train you. Latulja wants to help. Martin's such a great teacher, no one can possibly replace them. Is that what you wanted to say? Who is this madman? Please excuse my little jest. I was as sorry as anyone to hear my old friend had fallen foul of some pit beast. In fact, I came to offer my assistance. I expect Martin neglected to mention I, too, am a blue mage. We both studied under Wallachie as part of a research. While I'm not one to boast, I should point out that I took the art like a fish like water while he floundered. That speaks true. You will learn much from him. Okay. With Martin bedridden, it would be shame for his protege to be left without a mentor, and as his friend, overseeing your training is the least I can do. Okay. Sure. Let's see. Well, since we're heading out anyways, we've got to go to Sea of Clouds 21-6. Hi, Omega Legion. Hello, Sputnik Lock. Sea of Clouds. Way up there? Oh my god. Whatever. So let's talk about Blue Mage briefly. For those of you who have never played a Final Fantasy VIII game before, first of all, shame on you. But second of all, the way a Blue Mage works is you learn enemy spells. Now, historically what this means is they could put the unique or quirky or weird or zany spells under Blue Magic. They've played around with it a bit over the years, several times, in several ways. Probably the most relevant one is the actual original one, Final Fantasy V, which to this day has still done Blue Magic probably the best. In 5, you had a bunch of weird, quirky, zany spells, and they were situationally useful, but they were useful. Pretty much across the board, actually. So that was cool. 1 second. Here we are. Oak. So, from a game designer perspective, the Blue Mage was the thing that you could do whatever with. Wrong spell. From a player perspective, Blue Mage was the thing where you could spend a lot of time and work and effort gathering the spells in order to have effectively an Omni-Mage. So both perspectives, there's a value. Hey, Sonic Boom. That should do it. There's a value to having something like a Blue Mage in the game. The thing is, for whatever reason, Square seemed to really dislike the fact that Blue Mage was kind of awesome over in FF5. And so literally every FF game since then has nerfed Blue Magic, to the point where it's variably useful. For example, Strago in FF6 is the Blue Mage, well, one of the 3 Blue Mages in FF6, and he's okay, you know, he does some decent stuff, but really, he only has like 3 actually useful spells. 4 if you want to stretch it. So, that's, you know, that's it. I should probably be checking the battle log. Since it's not a cast time, there we go. Then we move to 7. 7 had the materia, of course. Now, there were quite a few decent and useful Blue Magic spells in... Hey, that is it. In FF7, which was a little bit hampered by the fact that the only way to actually get all that Blue Magic was after a certain point of the game. Put bluntly, FF7's blue magic was completely useless until you got to a certain point, aka when you have manipulate materia and access to some kind of an airship. At which point blue magic suddenly became extremely useful, and it was just like someone switched a friggin' switch there. Oh, by the way, also in FF6 we had Gao, who for all intents and purposes was a blue mage, and Realm, who for all intents and purposes was a blue mage. And then we move on to 8, which is probably the worst blue magic we've seen so far. Because in 8, while there are a couple of actually useful spells, learning them sucks and using them sucks more. It's limit break territory. And I know you can effectively bulldoze the game in order to force limit breaks, but it's still stupid. This moves on to 9. Now, I've personally said that 9 is one of the worst at blue magic games, mostly because of acquisition and that's it, actually. Because the way you acquired blue magic in 9 really, really, really sucks. There we go. That took entirely too long. That's what number is that? 60-something. There it is. Yeah, in 9 you had to eat the enemy with Quina, which means you had to get them to low health, which is already its own aggravation. And by low health, I mean, I think it's 1/6 HP, something like that. No, I think it's 1/12, my bad. Because 1/6 is if he's limit breaking. And then you have to try eating them, and there's nothing really indicating which enemies you can eat until you have successfully eaten or not eaten. So you have to get the enemy low, and then hope that it's an enemy that actually gives you a spell, and it's a bunch of nonsense. Then we move on to 10. 10 has the same basic problems as 8 when it comes to its blue magic, so no positive marks there. 12 I don't think really had blue magic, and I don't remember if the 13s did, which leads us, of course, to 14. Here we are. So, let's start off by saying this. Is Blue Mage a neat, fun little mini-game thing? That's a good question. As of right now, I don't have enough information to actually judge that. So I can't give a more or less generic positive to this. So, let's see how this works out. Oh, sorry, I should be reading this out loud. Don't let the Magitek fool you. I have no connection with the Empire, at least not a direct one. My company carries out a cerulean processing plant run by the blah blah blah. Perhaps some of it ends up in Imperial hands, perhaps not. As for the Vanguard, it's abandoned by the Garleans outside of Castrum Meridianum. Seemed like a perfect opportunity to learn their technology, so I had it restored. Ever since we finished gleaning all we could from it, it's been collecting dust, so I have no qualms about letting you smash it to pieces. Okay. Done. So you have a rudimentary understanding of blue magic. I do? But have you considered, nay, whether it serves you? For there is one thing I know that Martin at least has yet to realize. The age of sword and sorcery is coming to an end. Surely you've seen the power the Garleans wield. Their technology continues to advance while we Eorzeans cling to our ancient ways. For now, we are to keep the Empire at bay, but how much longer? I'm not the only one who feels this way. There are those who seek to develop airships and engines of war to combat the Imperial threat. It will not be long before the Grand Companies deploy Magitek units of their own on the front lines. Even so, the most advanced weaponry will be worth little more than scrap metal without a steady supply of ceruleum. So, Martin wastes their time on worthless relics of the past and failed to see the big picture. The future lies in ceruleum. If you ever decide to make a real difference to the world, I could use someone like you. No rush, though. So, blue magic in FF14. So let's get this out of the way. The first and biggest flaw of blue magic in 14 is it is a limited job. Now, if you are a part of any of, I think it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday's streams, you know we had a fairly lengthy series of discussions about game design, especially MMO game design in particular. I know, right, Omega Legion? So, one of the things we talked about was the concept of borrowed power. Now, borrowed power has a bad rap because of WoW, but borrowed power itself is not actually the problem here. The problem was how you implement it. And one of the ideas that we circled around and discussed at length was the concept of a playground. Now, FF14 has playgrounds, WoW has playgrounds, most MMOs have some kind of playground or another. And the whole point of the playground is that's an area where you can go and do stuff and just it doesn't matter. Like, balance doesn't matter. Game design, the hinges are off. You can just do whatever you want, right? Now, Blue Magic, I feel like, was a bit of a prototype of this kind of concept, just like Eureka was a bit of a prototype of this concept. I mention this because Blue Magic should be a playground, and it's not. It is a limited job, which means you can do only a few things with it. So you can do prefab groups for dungeons, or unsynced groups for dungeons, or you can roam around the overworld, or you can do the carnival, and that's it. Now, the carnival is the main thrust of this, and the thing that might get a positive to gameplay here. That's the variable we still haven't tested yet. But the simple fact that there's so little you can actually do with the Blue Mage, it automatically nerfs any possible fun it has. And yeah, there are specific achievements for doing Blue Mage stuff, which requires either doing unsynced or prefab, which is exactly what I just said. So, whoop-de-doo, to be as blunt as I possibly can. That's not really enjoyable or engaging. Now, you might say, well, you can't just let them do regular dungeons. They're broken, which, yeah, okay, there's a degree of sense to that. But you get my point. There's no Boja where we can go have fun with Blue Magic in, to continue the Playground's example. With the possible exception of the Carnival. Again, we're not there yet. So that's problem number one with Blue Magic. Problem number two, I just demonstrated. So problem number two is acquiring blue spells. So you go, and you fight something, and it has to use the spell. You have to see it being cast, and then you have to kill it, and then you have a chance to learn it. That sucks. It doesn't suck that bad. I've seen worse systems. It also used to suck more when Blue Mage first came out. But, I'll go stand with my blues over here. But, yeah, you'll wonder why it took me so long to get that spell just now. The thing that really makes it terrible is if you were to, for example, do a dungeon, which I'd like to demonstrate here, if you guys don't mind. So you, I know, Zed, you said you're willing to help. I don't remember if Serona was available for showcasing this really quick. I'll wait a few seconds here. Okay. So, here's the thing. If we go ahead and do a synced group, so if we fight Ravana, which is the fight we're about to do, at level synced, then guess what? We get it. No problem. Cool. The problem is doing it at level requires 8 people. Because we can't just queue. We have to have a prefab. So we would need 8 people queuing up in order to properly get that. And those people would have to do it at level, which means I would be an at level, like 53 Blue Mage, which is various levels of problematic. It's doable, of course, and to say it isn't is ridiculous. But this is why the concept of the 8-man Blue Mage group exists, because that's how you get this stuff. If you're wondering why this is so relevant, it's because a synced group. Yes, Kendra James. In fact, technically I've done it 3 times. A prefab synced group will have a 100% chance to get the ability off of the boss. A non-synced group has a chance. Now, this is the only one I've gotten so far, Quasar, which is good. It's actually one of the ones I want to get. Oh yeah, and by the way, there are several. There are 104 Blue Magic spells total. Yes, all 3 of them, well, 2 of them are on YouTube, Kendra Jameson. The other one is lost in the archives. Now, it's okay, you can only equip, I think it's 24 at a time. Pretty sure it's 24 spells at a time. Yep, I'm right. Because, and you could save and do sets like that, and that's a whole thing. But the point is, you're locked into these 24 spells, so you want to get 24 spells that you want. And yeah, and the loadouts do help with this, obviously. But the reason the loadouts are going to be relevant for Carnival when we get there. The reason I bring that up, though, is because I actually have several lists of, these are the spells you want. I'm like, okay, what's this spell? It's from this boss. Okay, what's this spell? It's from this boss. Okay, what's this spell? It's from this boss. Cool. So everyone's on their 70s, which means we're about to die, which is going to be very funny to me. So let's go ahead and unrestrict. Because we're capped at 70, by the way. Like 70 is the level cap for Blue Mage. They're supposed to raise that, although I'm not sure what the point is, to be blunt. But, you know. I should mention I actually have the best gear, well, like the second best gear available for my Blue Mage. Oh, that makes sense. That's a band-aid solution, but that does at least make sense. Alright, so someone other than me, Paul, because I got like 5 spells. Okay, fine.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Get all our cooldowns. And then we start fillering.
Furious as a blaze.
We got this. We got this. Although, remember not to kill him, because he only cast it in his second phase. Actually, I should probably be over here.
Perish! Bleed! Feel my blades!
Hang on, let me do all my moves so I can phase transition. So there's no real reward for Blue Mage other than the Savage achievements. I don't know if they give you anything, and I don't care. But it's okay. Something being rewarding is nice, but not necessary when it comes to game design in an MMO.
Wilt thou yield?
After all, sometimes there's... So, okay. Let's talk about that for a second. Which one tracks, yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, do it already. Whatever. It's a Marlboro mine. That's horrible. I mean, I get it. Bad breath. Anyways. One thing that a lot of people fall into the trap of when it comes to MMOs is, what's the reward? Now, I don't mean that as a negative thing. It's just, it's true. There is a fairly long standing history of people being like, well, there's no point in doing X in MMO Y because there's no reward. There's no benefit for doing it. Allow me to rather formally disagree with that general mentality, and it is a bit of a plague. Yeah, this took forever for him to phase transition. Jeez Louise. It's a bit of a plague when it comes to game design and players in MMOs. Because there is such a thing as something that is just fun. Going back to the playground concept. Catch is, I don't really think of as Blue Mage as fun, but that's just me. Get some throat singing in here, like you do. Well, hang on, let's go to YouTube. Final Fantasy VII Lore Run. Hey, there it is. It's the second result in my search. Here, I'll just link you directly. There you go. Enjoy. Did he cast it? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'll take that as a yes. And I didn't get it. Which I believe means nobody gets it. If I'm not mistaken, the way the math works is the percentage chance is across the group. So if anyone gets it, everyone gets it. Right? So we didn't get it. That sucks. Yay. And there you go. There's the problem with that. Now, that was a level 53 boss, which we were able to do there, so that's kind of cool. But, I haven't played Endless Space 2, so I'm not really sure off the top of my head tracks yet. And you're right, I actually completely forgot to pull it up. That's on me. Anyways. Yeah, grinding bosses. Now, I'm not going to show you the other boss because we're not there yet in the story. But there's another boss, which is a level 70 boss, which is substantially more frustrating and irritating to fight in order to get that spell. By the way, the spell that boss gives is, in fact, one of the ones I want, Nightbloom. So that's cool. And that's getting spells in a nutshell. So, before we even get into anything else, I am giving a negative to Blue Mage for the Blue Magic acquisition. I know it used to be worse. Before, it would have been more than one negative. By the way, fresh reminder, I played Blue at launch. Yeah, I remember, so when it first launched, there wasn't super much awesome. Like, the best stuff, the best spells was the one off of Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. But I never even got those. But there's this one spell that I remember took me forever to get, which I'll even show you what it was. It's, I don't know what number it is, so you gotta give me a second to find it. Mind Blast. Off of a boss at the very end of a dungeon. So we had to smash through the dungeon as Blue Mages, and then get to that boss, and then sit there and wait for it to do it. And then, hey, we're done. And then it wouldn't happen. And yeah, Tamtera Deepcroft. And we'd have to just do that over and over and over. And no, I have not, Kendra Jameson. Yeah, so anyways, that's the negative for that. Now we need to try out the Carnival, so let's see if we can get to that point. I'm surprised you made so much progress. Speaking of which, he's confined to the infirmary. So your next training session will be... What do you think I've done? Sorry, oi! That's what he started off saying. Martin, the surgeon tells you to stay in the bed. It's true. That's to walk and brave. How can I lie there when my apprentice is trying so hard to earn a next spot next to me in the arena? Your Mind Blast is not that great. There's a reason I don't have it equipped right now. You needn't worry about lore. Without your guidance, he is well on his way to becoming a competent Blue Mage. Although, while you're here, I have a proposition to discuss. I heard about the lengths you were willing to go for the sake of Wallachie. Why didn't you come to me? For what? You'd only laugh in my face as soon as you realize there's no money in it. Have you forgotten what happened when our research funding got cut? All of a sudden you couldn't care about Blue Magic and the people who shared homes with us. That's hardly fair. How can I carry on without bankrupting myself? And make no mistake, I'm as grateful to the Wallachie as you are. We may have gone our separate ways, but there's never bad blood. Seeing as you're in no position to help from your sickbed, I'd say letting me lend a hand is your best option. No, it's not Trihexia. The quicker we can produce the medicine, the more lives we save. With my resources, we'll be ready in no time. Yeah, no. The bot's working just fine. Alright, we'll do things your way. Glad we can see eye to eye for a change. Once we have a large shipment, I'll deliver it in person to the Wallachie. Alright, there's a lot at stake here, and I intend to see this through. I have a few arrangements to make it first, but I'll come by the formula once I'm done. Until then, you should rest. Okay. Am I here for this? Do I need to be here? You know, I never thought he'd raise a finger to help anyone but himself. Maybe he has a shred of decency. Nah. Hope he hasn't been putting any funny ideas in your head, though. It seems strange. Wait. Nah, I'm just overthinking it. Anyway, so. Blah, 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 blah. Here's a spell. I should go back to bed. Glower. Do I care about Glower? Probably not. Nope. Do not care about Glower. I have to learn Glower to progress the quest. Yep, nope, I know. Arm Veil. Go ahead and sink this. I hate Blue Mage so much. Sorry. It's just the whole thing feels like nothing but a colossal pain for no benefit. I know what you're saying, but you just said it doesn't have to be rewarding. Yeah, but it still has to be fun. The only reason I've been putting up with this is because I want to get to the point where I can access the carnival. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even be bothering, to be completely blunt. I'd say, well, it's a minigame. That hurt a bit. I have done a Diablo lore run. Yes. What's going on this coming Sunday? I should probably mention, if it's not obvious, by the fact that 4 mages just soloed that. That blue mages aren't standardly balanced, is how I want to phrase that. But that's okay. That's actually, in fact, a good thing. That's how it should be. Remember, the whole concept of the playground thing is you throw balance out the window in favor of fun. Oh, right. Sunday is when we're going to finally finish up the MLP stuff. And yeah, I will have finished all of MLP. We're actually covering the finale to the show next Sunday. I'm a little worried about it, actually, because, well, let's just say show finales and me tend to, you know. That's a good question. So, for those of you in chat who enjoy playing Blue Mage, why do you enjoy playing Blue Mage? No judgment, no derogatory question. I'm just asking legitimately. Who's Aerith? The only thing I don't like about White Wind is it costs an enormous amount of mana. Over 1/10 of your mana pool, actually. Oh, Aerith! Right. Oh, and I'm dead. What the hell's Palm Cure? Don't have Palm Cure. Honestly, I started looking up a lot of spells to grab, and was like, yeah, that's not happening. Yep, that's not happening. Yep, that's not happening. Yep, that's not happening. We tried a couple last night, and my internet was being awful. I got one spell, Quasar, last night, and that's it. No spells for me. So, Reggie says he enjoys Blue Mage because he can go do stuff and snap things in half. Alright, I'm ready. No, Glower is from the second boss, who we have not reached yet. That's up there. So, which hammer was that? Because I didn't see the cast. Yeah, coin counter. This is the one who drops the boss. And by the boss, I mean the ability. Is this a melee attack? I'm pretty sure Eros would stomp the crap out of Wynn in a healing battle. Like, by a mile. FF7 in general is just so much higher tier than Dragon Age in general. So, a level 1 in FF7 is like a level 10 in Dragon Age. Hey, action learned. Woot! And I'm out! Because screw that stupid place. Hey, I got your goddamn spell. Yes, good, good. You did it. You've done me proud. Also, the medicine worked. The Wallachie you're saved. Woo! Martin, I've been looking everywhere for you. What? How did you get here? Never mind that, I have something urgent to tell you. This is Kaida. This is a surgeon. He learned to speak the common tongue. Why didn't you listen? He brought the medicine, and everyone with the disease has been cured. But he wasn't content to give it to us. He's used it to lay claim to Lapis Canyon. But why would he? Of course, the ceruleum! It's sacred ground. It glows blue because of the ceruleum beneath the surface. That bastard was after from the beginning. It's not really a... Okay, whatever. And yeah, I'm with Von Falkenstein. Healing in Dragon Age in general is not great. Like, in gameplay terms, there are heals, of course, but in story and lore terms, there kind of aren't. Many blue mages here. Not sure what to do about that. Where is this stupid place? There we go. Wait, no. Actually, there's a closer one. I'm not even counting Inquisition, where healing abilities are basically not. Look at the medicine. You could steal the canyon! Steal? Don't speak to me like a common thief. Obtaining the ceruleum was my primary concern, but we signed an agreement. It's all very legal. You know, fool, the elders can't read Eorzean. You told them if you didn't sign the contract, they couldn't have the medicine. Besides, your laws don't apply to the Wallachie. Even so, I expect your elders to honor the promise they made, legally binding or not. Perhaps you've forgotten the medicine was paid for and produced by my company. Before negotiations began, I already spent vast amounts to manufacture a large enough shipment to treat everyone. I saved your tribe from annihilation, and this is how you repay me. I've given you a second chance to lead healthy and productive lives. I mean, he's got a point, if I'm being blunt. Like, there's a difference between, hey, we'll get off this land so we can take it, and, hey, let me save your entire tribe from extinction. Get off this land so I can take it. You took advantage of our suffering so you can plunder the thing most precious to us. It's been at the center of our beliefs, of everything we do. Beliefs? Don't be absurd. That blue substance you call the lifeblood of the planet is ceruleum. It's a fuel. It's not doing any good just sitting underground. I'm still with him on this. Once I open up the mine, I hope to employ the Wallachie, offering you an opportunity to earn a proper wage. When you realize what you've been missing all this time, you'll soon forget about your superstitions. Okay, that might be going a little bit over the line. He's still right, though. He's the good guy, and we're the bad guys. How dare you! I'm... Sorry, I should make fun. It's just, really? I'm doing more for the Wallachie than you ever will. I'm giving them a chance to build a better future for themselves. They can either be a part of the modern world or be left behind. That's not your decision to make. What about the medicine? That was a product of our society. Without it, they'd be dead. Oh, that's another thing. My investor funded its production for a share of profits. Darlings, darlings, there's no need to squirm. Admit it. I admit it, I'm the backer. It all started when I told him about Martin's plan. You see, the prospect of trading with New World sounded rather promising, but this is the first I've heard of a cerulean mine. Expanding into new regions often leads to resistance with the locals, but this is beyond what I was expecting. I don't like being kept in the dark. I'm seriously considering withdrawing from our deal. That said, I can see this being a worthwhile venture, providing the Wallachie are not being exploited. But I also agree with Martin, their way of life should not be disrupted, which leaves me with a difficult choice. So, fight in the arena! Okay. Yeah, I'll fight him. I got it. I got where this is going. I mean, this is how this works, right? Can I just throw the fight to help these people? Tifa, Kendra, that's not even a question. Eris has nothing... I'm sorry. Eris never had anything romantic with Cloud. Tifa and Cloud are quite literally OTP. Or OTL, or whatever the hell this stupid acronym is. What am I getting myself into? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that option. You know, it is OTP. I'm right. One true pairing. Yeah, we all know the one true pairing for Cloud is Barret. Okay, well, now of course I go back to Ul'dah, because of course I do. Yep, I already answered your question, and I'm not repeating myself. Besides, you can just chuck chat. I've only ever gotten Barret with a guide. Alright, let's do it. To the arena! With my, like, 4 spells. God, that's actually horrible, Kendra Jane. Why would you say Eras? Ignoring the fact that she dies, there's also the fact that she isn't for him and doesn't work with him and never had anything real with him, and there's no romantic connections between the two, and Cloud and Tifa are literally childhood sweethearts who literally love each other and actually are there for each other, and Tifa really committed to Cloud in a legitimate and mature way that an actual responsible adult would do, unlike Eris, who was just playing with him. Like, every reason. Please tell me that's not me. Please tell me that's not me. What am I wearing? That... Okay. What? Okay. I do not like this outfit at all, no. The mask is actually terrible. Like, legitimately awful. And now, the evil one, who has an even worse mask. Look at that thing. God, look at that. Ugh. Anyways, this is Azul Magia, aka the boss from 5. Get it? It's a blue mage. Such infinite power. Yeah, I don't like the outfit. It's too ostentatious. The color balancing is wrong. Its cut is off. Why must I be the villain? It's part of the act. Apparently he has a cerulean levitation device. I'm not convinced this is entirely necessary. The costume's rather more flamboyant than I would have liked. But if I'm going to do this, I may as well enjoy myself. I'll show you what real blue magic looks like. Yeah, blah, blah. Can I finally unlock the stupid carnival? I mean, I am a bit of a fashion geek, but I'm also unmitigatedly harsh about it. I have to be, because real-life fashion sucks, and fictional fashion usually sucks. Not always, just usually. Besides, I like my outfit substantially better. And apparently, the Alexander outfit, which is kicking me in the face. Anyways, you gotta do this. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Hey, a slightly better weapon, which I will equip, because the only part of my gear that's not good is my weapon. Because the only way to get Blue Mage weapons is to do the freaking quests. But we finally unlocked the Colosseum. The Carnival, whatever that's called. Oh, God, I still haven't sorted my inventory. Let's see. Yes. So this is the 70 suit. Are you both wearing it? Yeah, you're both wearing it. I mean, that is substantially better in almost every way. First of all, it has a lot less unnecessary frills. It actually feels a lot more functional. They go a little bit more with the leather look as opposed to the cloth look, which actually works better with the blue. Instead of being contrasted primarily with red, it's contrasted primarily with black, and black and blue actually work better than blue and red, etc., etc., etc. I could talk about it wrong, but much better suit overall. Mine's still better, but that's still good. All right, so how do? What's this? Okay, so you? Nope. Okay. It's funny you say that. There's actually a Blue Mage class in my rule set. The thing is, I don't let players play it. Because, it's a Blue Mage, and is exactly as overpowered as that should be. Did I miss it? I think I missed. Hang on. How do I queue for the thing? Oh, wait. Ah, never mind. I see it. I see it. There's a bit of text about who to talk to do this. Okay, so here's the Masked Carnival. Hey, check it out. And you have to go through all this stuff. And here's the rules and blah, 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 blah. So it gives you a little bit of information about what you're going up against. For example, here we're going to be fighting cherry bombs with low endurance. Their strength is fire, their weakness is wind. There's all their vulnerabilities. Here's all the enemies are going to be fighting, and their positions, and you, and the reward, and blah, 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 blah. 25 is required for completing the story. We're not going that far. Oh, for Christ's sakes. And yeah, this is the only thing I am tempted to give Blue Magic a plus for, is the Carnival. Carnival, or God, I don't even care how it's pronounced. So. Alright, what's the blue log? Sorry, I'm in an extraordinarily bad mood because Blue Mage has pissed me off a lot lately, so forgive me. Let's reset mentally a little bit. Alright, so what's the blue log? We got several bonuses, and there's a score, and I have no idea what any of that means. Yeah, find a Tarask. Win! Let's see if I can find this log thing. Apparently you unlock the blue log. I was gonna say, where is it? No wonder I don't know what it is. That explains a lot. Well, okay, hang on. So, let's check something here. Ah, there's the check mark. Woo. Ideal completion time, 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm not that good. Ideal completion time, 7 minutes. I am super not doing that. Yeah, no, it's FF14. Everything requires an unlock. It's cool. Oh, that's the achievement thing. Okay, okay. I mean, okay. So, real talk. Let's remove all my biases for a second. The idea of the Carnival, whatever the crap this stupid goddamn thing is called, is probably positive worthy. I'm willing to admit that, because what it is it's effectively a series of puzzles. You go in and you say, all right, what's this mode? And let's just pull something up here just really quick. Just for the hell of it. Like, for example, whoops. Azul Magia, the guy we are not fighting, he does a thing where he does ice spikes, which means you don't hit him with physical attacks, okay? So you have to only hit him with magic attacks. Okay, that's step... So we're already starting the puzzle. He does Ram's voice and Dragon's voice with no telegraph, so that's cool. You can use Sonic Boom on it, which I actually happen to. It's one of the only spells I've actually successfully grabbed. He then goes into phase 2, and he becomes immune to magic attacks. But you can be able to get off a couple of things if you stick in there, and then you stick to physical attacks, and so forth and so on. Then you go to phase 3, or Act 3, excuse me. At this point, he starts alternating between immune to physical and immune to magic. You need to pay attention. He will still do all the stuff he did in the former things, as well as 4 of his attacks instead of just 2. I want to stay out of place because he'll cast Web on you, because he's a dick. He also casts Meteor on you, because he's a dick. He also kamikaze him around 70%, apparently, which just counts. But the long and the short of it is, each one of these is supposed to be an encounter where you sit and you spend time and time and time trying to figure out, okay, how exactly do I get through this? All of that means this is extraordinarily not a thing for me, which is why I'm not even going to try doing it past the thing that I've already done. There are some cool things like this. You know, we see that there's some terrain stuff, and you can get some weekly stuff from this. But yeah, it's kind of like a Mage Tower thing, which ironically I've also not done for the same reason. But I like the concept. So I'm absolutely willing to give the Carnival a plus or whatever. The only thing that I've given a negative to Blue Magic for, which I stand behind firmly, I should point out, is the acquisition process, which I know it's better, it's still bad. As I said, I know you weren't here for this, but as I said earlier, the way Blue Magic acquisition was at launch would be multiple negative territory. As is, it has been pulled up to 1 negative, which I stand behind. But I do agree. It's not bad other than that. It's just, and? For me, personally. I'd say probably only 2, well, maybe 2 in an aggregate, because God, it was just the worst. Like, just imagine doing a whole dungeon as Blue Mages, and then getting to the end, fighting the boss, and then starting over, and then doing the whole dungeon, and then fighting the boss, and then starting over. God, that was just the worst. Thank you, Pika, very much for the sub. Always appreciate it, and I will put that for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention the extreme things. Stuff like that. Oh, that's true. All we need to do is do it synced with a full party in order to bypass the low drop chance. Oh. There are occasionally more than one source of a spell. Like the spell I just got actually comes from 2 sources. Here, I'll pull that up here really quick. It comes from either the Anzus, which is what I got it from, or the Zoos, which are in a dungeon. You can get Whistle from 3 different sources. Stuff like that. Most of the boss stuff you can only get from 1 source. Like J-Kick, you can only get from Brute Justice. Quasar, you can only get from Sophia. Serpanaka, you can only get from Ravana, etc., etc. But yeah, there are several things that have multiple sources. It just varies. So, yeah. Like I said, this falls under minigame territory because that's what this is. And for the same reason we gave the Golden Saucer pluses, we're probably going to go ahead and give this pluses. So give me a moment. I gotta think about this for a second. And in the interest of fairness, I should give a plus for this, too. Yeah, no, I gave 2 pluses to blue mages. And we're done. There, that's blue magic. That is, to be completely honest, as far as I'm willing to go with that. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lore! But actually, that was always the intent. I was never going to do the whole Carnival. That was known from word go. I just wanted to show off blue mage enough, show off acquisition, show off the Carnival, show off, you know, blue magic. And I have done that, and I have accomplished my objective. So let's move on to actual crafter quest here. Thank you for the help with Ravana and showcasing how terrible that is. I'm not unlocking the log. I don't even care, because I don't need to. It's achievements to get mounts and titles. There you go. There's the log. Close these blue magic guides I've been using. Like, I don't need to showcase the log to talk about it. Where am I? What am I doing? Ah, here we go. Okay. Now to do boring, terrible quest. No, I'm sorry. It's funny. I was just thinking, either last night or the night before. It's like, it's okay. I'm almost finally done with the class quests. And then I realized that I still have to do Reaper and Sage and Gunbreaker and Dancer. It's like, oh! I'm never gonna go away from it. It's just infinite class quests. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to give my grand unified theory of side quests at some point. I should do it now before Mr. Red shows up, just so he misses it. If it isn't my favorite leatherworker, how certain you would be too busy selling to lords and ladies in Ishgard to ever visit. God, living liquid. You've come at a good time. I need a man of your talents. We recently received a rather unusual request for a leatherworker. I wouldn't dare entrust it to others. So, if you can fit this in your schedule, head to this place and she'll explain it. Okay. Now, he's stuck on Pepsi Man, USM Corp. We did do the Azim side quest. I've actually finished not only all the side quests of Stormblood, but I've done all but 1 zones of side quests in Shadowbringers at this point. Alright, what do you need? What do you need? Lore of the Leatherworkers Guild. The darling protege who gained some small bit of fame. Whap! I alone will be the judge of your worth. You should be happy, proud to assist me with my noble works. 'Tis not often you have the opportunity to serve the as my manservant. Wow. Daunted by my celebrity, worry not. Under my careful guidance, I will be a total fnarf face. Yep, okay, so you're dumb and you're stupid. I guess I should read this out loud. Though I've been collaborating with my first assistant to write articles for the new Eorzea Geographic, I would love to continue my writings. A duty of much more importance has drawn my attention. In the research of the calamity's effects on the environment, it's become clear the abnormal rate at which the animal is changing outstrips the pace of animal adaptation. Indeed, I fear species now face extinction, and what matter of naturalist would I be if I did not do all in my power to save them? Time is not on our side. So she's not only a prat, but she's a hippie. Which is why in this event I'm not able to save these creatures. I would preserve them through taxidermy. I take it back. She's not a hippie. She's, oh, what is that concept? That archetype? Rich white girl, you know? That's why I conferred with the master and now you stand before me. Okay. Sure, make me your second manservant. You will be duly credited in my next publication of New Eorzean Geographic as etc. Now, go do... Wow. Anyways, Grand Unified Theory on side quest. You ready for this? Because this is going to probably sound like a joke. And I don't mean it as one. I always got to verify. What is that outfit? What is that? I don't recognize like half of that. I think the side quests are there. Okay, how do I say this without sounding insulting? Even as of Shadowbringers, the side quests have managed the heady heights of usually not being a negative. Occasionally. Story-wise, they're still pretty vacuous, and gameplay-wise, they're still pretty vacuous. They're at least trying. But, I think the side quests are in this game for people who enjoy terrible content. There we go. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Whatever. That's for people. I mean this. I think the side quests are there for people who enjoy Bronze Era MMOs. And I mean that. I think that's what that's there for. I think it's there to appeal to that audience. I think that's why they keep bothering. I think that's why they keep doing it. It's why they're worth junk, so that people don't feel, mandatory. They don't have to do the side quests. It's why the story are mostly junk. Like 99% of the side quests in this game are junk in terms of gameplay and story and reward. They give hardly anything. They don't give unique abilities or cosmetics or mounts or titles. They don't have... They give absolute garbage experience. A fraction of a percentage of experience, even after the squelch. They give, like, 50 gil? Or 500 gil at the Shadowbringers. I just think... Now, there are exceptions, as Rax pointed out, and I do want to be clear about that. In fact, if you've been paying attention to the document, I've actually already jotted down a couple of positives here and there, usually on the story axis, with regards to story. So, the two exceptions so far in Shadowbringers, the only two exceptions, by the way, are some of the Kalusia side quests and some of the Crystarium side quests, because the Crystarium side quests are super down-to-earth world building. This is how it's like living in the Crystarium. Cool, I'm with that. And some of the Kalusia side quests are, here's what happens after Yulmore. Here's how we're dealing with it. Cool, I'm with that. Everything else has just been drivel so far. In Shadowbringers, specifically. So, that's side quests. And I really do feel, I hate to say this, I really feel like the side quests that are good, and to be clear, I'm talking about the little stuff, like the really dinky stuff, not just non-labeled blue quests. I really feel like the side quests that are good are accidentally good, because they just happen to be writing stories, and they have to write some kind of story, and so they just kind of happen to make a story that's actually interesting. Flavor? What kind of flavor? Role-playing jobs you like? I don't understand what that has to do with anything. Enjoy for your class? I don't understand any of your questions, Dr. Winter. Help me out here. I'm very stupid. There's only one way to find out, Mr. Red. Like, I think it was you mentioned being like, oh man, I'm playing WoW Vanilla, and it doesn't get much more Bronze Era than WoW Vanilla, I gotta be real, while still being functional. I need meat. Go kill 5 boars so I can have meat. There you go, there's your side quest. That's as Bronze Era as it gets. That's not actually true. That, to be completely honest, that's actually more Silver Era, if I'm being completely blunt. Bronze Era would be, if you happen to go get these 5 specific chunks of meat, of the ones that can drop, oh, and by the way, there's also multiple types that can drop, off of this enemy, which only gives you meat if you happen to get the killing blow, in order to kill it. And also, you need to know to give those pieces of item to this one NPC without prompting. Then, if you do that, at that point, they will then give you an item which is probably not good. There you go. That's a Bronze Era quest. But yeah, no, sorry, Dr. Winter. Warrior job, etc. quests are not those are class quests. Side quests are they're very well defined in this game. They're a single bubble with a single exclamation mark, and that's that. Blue quests, like the ones I'm doing right now, for example, don't count for that. Oh god, it's the worst. EverQuest quests were just awful. Oh, and if you screw up, those items you just gave to the NPC are gone. So you gotta start over. That's actually happened. So, you're the leather worker she coerced to help with the mounting. Uh-huh. You volunteered? I mean, working under isn't unpleasant, it's just, well... Oh, who am I kidding? She calls us assistants, but I know the truth. We're just a bunch of servants to her. My name's Enyon, by the way. Number 71, the taxidermist, she calls me. To be honest, it's just a hobby, but she won't listen. She never listens. It's sad when animals die, you know, but when I mount them, it's like they never left, so I practice every chance to make the best mounts I can. I'm no good at preparing skins, though. They're always so unsightly and misshapen. Working with a leatherworker yourself, I bet their looks so real folks will swear they're still breathing. Oh god, tell me about it, Rex. Ugh. You want to hear something funny? So, in the Cataclysm overhaul in WoW, some brain genius was like, hang on. What if we make it so that quest drops drop regularly? It wasn't a guarantee, it was just regular. They pushed it up from like 10% up to like 75% drop rate. And then, in Pandaria, they were like, you know what, let's just make quest drops 100% drop rate. And you're probably thinking, well, that sounds awesome, lore. And it was. And then they did that in Warlords, and then they did that in Legion, and then, for reasons that are best left to the imagination, in BFA, they switched back to a drop chance for quest items. For some reason. I know we all... There's plenty of things to complain about in BFA, but that's one of the things most people don't bring up, is because, hey, screw you! There you are. Honestly, did you get lost on the way back here? My time is quite precious, you know. Although I suppose it's important for peers to establish amicable relations. I forgive you this time. I'm gonna snap your neck, lady. Now, we have dealt with the formalities. Our team is assembled. Everything's... I'm super evil and dumb. I guess evil's the wrong word. What do you call this kind of a prat? And yeah, Xbox... Oh, God. Xbox. Wow, lore. Xenoblade Chronicles X has the drop rate problem. By the way, Xenoblade Chronicles 1, or just Xenoblade. There you go, Mr. Red. If you really, really want to find out if you like Silver Age quest design, go play Xenoblade. It's on the 3DS and the Wii. You know, honestly, that wouldn't even surprise me, Lord Harrowmont. It's also possible that BFA was just designed by buffoons. Remember, one of the other changes they made in BFA was to lower the threat gen of tanks, which had been fine... Oh, on the Switch, too, thank you. Which had been fine for 1, 2, 3, 4 expansions up to that point, and was in a good place. But they decided to just chop tank threat generation, like, in half for no reason. And then they decided, like, you know what? We're going to put a lot of things that were off the global cooldown on the global cooldown, especially a bunch of tank live abilities, because you want to make sure that you're not doing damage and generating threat so that your GCD is ready for the live button when you need it, because we're stupid! Alright, moving on. Number 72, ready for work. Wonderful. Not a moment ago, I was able to secure a location for our exhibition, a place near the Leatherworkers Guild. Considering the nature of our work and its purpose, the guild will do nicely. More importantly, I've selected our first specimen. This is no ordinary demo, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Sea of clouds, inspection, dwindled. Last thing we need to do is exacerbate the problem of their declining population by killing one. And we need to find a Demel that's recently passed. Okay. You're an idiot. How'd you know of the Vanu Vanu? Never mind. Whatever. Do you have any idea who you're talking? She doesn't. She doesn't know who I am. I'm okay with that, but wow. Okay. We're cool. We're all cool. Everything's cool. So, worst memory of EverQuest. There are two competing ones. The first is literally the first time I ever played the game. Go figure. And the second was much later. So, I've told the first story before. It's pretty obvious. Oh, hey! This is kind of interesting. I was playing a wizard. This is fun. Oh, hey, it's a snake. Oh, God! Oh, God, the snake's killing me! Oh, God! Thud! Lose a level. I didn't actually put the game down on the spot. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I think I only played EverQuest for like one more day after that before I gave up on it for years. You must introduce me, not to some piddling merchant or villager. I will settle for nothing short of the village elder. I think it would be the ideal way to ensure our needs are met swiftly and without incident. Okay. The other memory was substantially later. So, the other memory, I was playing my Necro. I've probably mentioned my Necro a few times. My Necro was kind of OP. But there's a weird thing about EverQuest. There's no such thing as free. If you don't know what I mean by that, it's a speedrunning term. Free means something requires no effort. That's the specific requirement. Doesn't mean it's easy, doesn't mean it's hard. It just means it's free. You don't have to put any effort into it. EverQuest was never free at a certain point. So I'm going through a zone. I could picture it in my head, but I don't know which zone it was. It's kind of brackish and brown. And going through. And I was chatting with a friend at the time. So chat. Oh, shoot, I have like 5 mobs on me. Okay, no problem. I'll just go ahead and start summoning my pet that I didn't have out. Oh, shoot, I can't summon my pet. Oh, God, I died. Lose a level. And I was in the middle of frickety nowhere and wasn't really paying attention to exactly where I was. So my corpse was now just out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by death mobs, and I didn't have anyone on to go and get the corpse back. And I, of course, couldn't get the corpse back because screw me. And I sat there realizing, because you drop everything in EverQuest, so all your gear, gone. You are now naked, and you've lost a level, and your corpse is out there, and you have to go get it back to get your stuff back in the middle of hell. And I just sat there thinking, and it was just like this weird moment of, this is such a waste of my time. And that was actually the last time I've played EverQuest. I've never gone back since then. Yeah, no, it was just such a, why am I doing this? This is such a waste of my time. And I told the friend of mine who I was playing it with, I'm putting this down. And they're like, no, I can help you get your course back, just like tomorrow or something. And I'm like, no, I'm done with this. Say no more. Zundor honored to repay kindness of great warrior who defeated the White. Excuse me for interrupting. I could not help but notice your huts appear to be made using the bones of damels. Yes, Zundur used damels for many things. Their meat fills our belly, their skins cover our backs, and as Netherling says, their bones build our homes. Quite impressive. It's not often I see game hunted and put to use so thoroughly. To take life is to bear great responsibility. Nothing can be wasted. To ask for a domain so rare, we trust to understand this. To find fresh remains no easy task. I'll leave this to Sanu Vanu. Okay. Now that makes sense, Disco. I do hope your writings go well. Pardon me, I'm awfully glad you seem to have gone to so much trouble. It's just, I've never seen a Devamla before, and you've never seen one? By the 12! How do you expect to fashion a suitable mannequin if you've never seen one for yourself? They are scarce, but all look similar. You needn't travel far to see one. Okay. Number 72. Take number 71 to see the Dommels. Okay. Thanks, dude, for putting up with this hag. Anyways, there are some questions, so let's see here. Yeah, go ahead, Disco, hit me. I'm sorry, You've heard the phrase that I've used often, stand before water, a phrase I stand behind firmly, because it's so common in fiction in general, but not actually just in fiction in real life. How many people have put up with things because we literally didn't know better, historically speaking? Or maybe because we didn't have access to better. When all you have to drink is sand, you drink sand. But let's bring this back to the realm of fiction for a moment in video games. So, I look back at a lot of the old games I played, especially the early PC games when they were still trying to figure out how PC games worked, and I just think, how the hell did I put up with that? And the funny thing is, even when I was younger, I remember thinking, God, this is such a waste of my time. There was one PC game, I don't remember which one it was one of the gold box games. And I remember playing it like, hey, yeah, this is cool. This is dumb. I'd rather play Mario 3. Pause. And then I put the game down and played Mario 3, which was a good game at the time. And that was that. You know? That equation has been a part of my life for quite a while, honestly. Come on. There we go. The relevance, Rax, was that Mario 3 was good then, and... Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. Mario 3 is good now. Mario 3 was great then. There we go, that's what I'm trying to say. My tense is correct here. Elite. Oh my god, I remember Elite. You know, the original Elite. Have you ever played the original Elite? I'll give you a hint. I vetoed its inclusion to the list, and I stand behind that firmly. Vanna brought us a fine specimen. The hackles along its back, and the device who's unmistakable. This is a Hanger Dommel. Okay, this is all cool. Yep, Okay. You know, Takoida, I say this without hyperbole. That's actually an accomplishment. And Takoida's correct about one other thing, too. There was a lot of dreck on the NES. I remember being so pissed off. Kind of, Reggie. I remember being so pissed off. How many of you remember Top Gun on the NES? A friend of mine owned it. I didn't own it. But he and I never got past the... I think it's the second stage? Or it's the third stage. I forget. I think it's the third stage, actually. Because the third stage is when you have to land on an aircraft carrier. And if you screw it up, you die. By the way, when I say if you screw it up, I mean if you do anything wrong whatsoever, you die. And he and I never got past stage 3 or 4, whatever the hell the stage was. Ever. And it became like a weird game. It's like, okay, before we do what we're actually going to do today, let's play Top Gun and see if we can land. And we never did. And then we would go on to other things. God. As your skill, if you're a skilled as Jeeves claims, you can turn this into a cape of wonderful quality. Okay. I mean, I'll give you props on that one, Rax. Granted, I haven't played that much of Elite Dangerous myself. I actually don't own it. Gary owns it, of course. I played his copy. And, yeah. There we go. There we go. We're apparently making a bunch of capes for this particular class series. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Hang on. Quit. Oh my god! Why, Diesel Edge? I mean, I have two. So I guess that's whatever. Where is it? Where is it? I'm staring right at it. There it is. Grand Eye. Basic synthesis. I mean, I don't like Elite Dangerous personally, but that's because there's nothing to do in it for me, right? I don't care for. I'm not into sandboxy games like that. I never have been. But Elite Dangerous is at least actually a game that's not garbage, unlike Elite, which was crap at the time. Never mind now. No, yeah, exactly, Rex. That's pretty much exactly my opinion there. No, yeah, I tried Mountain Blade several times, and I've never gotten into it because it's like, what is there to do? It's a sandbox. Okay, what is there to do? You know me. I don't do that. I don't do sandboxing games. I stare at them for 5 seconds and then put them down. That's an exaggeration. But like, there was one, Evocron Mercenary, I think was the game. And I was like, alright, this is cool. And I played that for about a day, actually, a whole day. And then, you know, never played it again. Yeah, in Minecraft, there's goals and objects and buildings and stuff. Oh, real quick, everyone want to hear, like, the most adorable thing. So yesterday, of course, I went over to my family's and broke down all of the trees I uprooted last week. That was fun. Took me a few hours. But once all that was broken down and put into their respective piles to be distributed and dealt with, I went, my niece had just finished her work, all her homework and stuff. And so she was like, hey, do you want to go hang out? And I was like, absolutely. Hang on, let me get some water. Let me clean myself up a little bit. Okay, what do you want to play? And so we played a couple of games. We played some Pokemon, and then we played Stardew Valley a little bit. But then we played Minecraft. So she had built a couple of buildings, and I'm going to fail at this, but she's like, okay, so this, I mean, yes, Valvedrix? I mean, I guess not, because I had gloves on. So that's got leather gloves, too, really thick leather gloves. Anyways, Minecraft. So we're playing Minecraft, and she had set up like a house over here, a house down here, and like a cave thing. I'll describe that in a minute. And she's like, okay, so the first thing you have to do is you have to go here, and you have to pick up something. You have to go find something in the world. So, okay, so I start, mining a few things. She's like, okay, now come to the junkyard. I'm like, okay. And there's little signs that she's put up, which she's written on. It says, put junk here, and then take a junk token. So I put the junk in the junk chest, and I pull out a junk token. She's talking me through this whole process. So I take out a junk token. She's like, okay, now you go to the bank. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going down to the bank, and it's this thing. And she's sitting there in the bank on her character, because we're playing multiplayer, just like, and she's like, hi. You do the attack thing to wave. She's like, hi, welcome to the bank. And I'm like, yes, I would like to deposit this, please. Of course. Here, let me go get you some money for the deposit. You're going, and she's built a little vault thing where she goes down and finds like just a stack of copper bars. And she pulls the copper bars up. She says, here you go. And she throws all the copper bars. Here's your money. Thank you very much. Cool. Now you can go to the shop and buy something. Oh, awesome. So I take my copper bars and I go, and she's running ahead of me so she can get to the shop and run the shop, because she's run the shop and the bank. She's very prolific. And we get in there and I'm like, okay, yes, I would like to buy, can I buy this? No. Can I buy this? And she's like, I recommend buying this. And it was like, I don't even remember. It was like a bone something. And I'm like, yes, I'll buy that, please. Okay, that'll be 15 copper bars. Okay. It was the most adorable thing I have ever seen, and that's an exaggeration because it's my niece. But the way that she was just talking me through all this, and the amount of effort and work she put into designing this completely made-up city, and the whole process of this whole thing was absolutely adorable. And I just had to share that because she is the sanity anchor of the universe. If anything happens to her, I'm just telling you, this world is gone. I'm just gonna burn the whole thing to the ground. So, 72. Heard about your work. Yep. No one has inquired about its distinctive hair and hooves. You would think such stark differences from your typical would compel even a handful of people to ask. No matter, it'll be all we can do to keep inquirers at bay when we present them with our next mount, the mighty bear. You don't want to see me as full Joker. Not with any bear, mind you, but the rapacious grizzly bear, indigenous to the lands bordering Girabanya. Okay, well, let's go kill a bear just to stuff it. But you know how some kids play house? She was playing city, to summarize it, and it was, oh my god, it was so cute. We live in a society. There, just for you, Disco. All right, Disco, you did ask a terrible, awful, horrible, no good, very good reason question, which is, what would your reaction if someone called you Big Cat in real life? Like, what happened if you go to a new job and someone's like, hey, Big Cat? I would just, first of all, I'd probably ignore them. And if they had persisted, I'd be like, what's with the nickname? I'm not that big, and I'm not a cat. Actually, I'm a big guy, so never mind. So I am big, but why are you calling me a cat? And if they persist, then I break their neck. Just gone. Dead. I'm not a cat. Now then. So let's see. Let's go over here. Grab this thing. Hey, I need to know where a bear is. A recently dead bear, preferably. Well, that's extraordinarily useless. That guy literally just said, I'm just going to pull this up so you understand how pointless that is. You're after grizzly bears? There used to be plenty of them in the South Sea near Bittermill. Can't say I've seen too many of them now, though. Yeah, thanks. I already knew that. I guess the fruit they might... there might be fruit they like there. Let's go! So Trihexia says, would you say blue mages are the perfect anti-mage accusers, but they would be crippled against non-magic users, depending how long they've been a blue mage? I mean, it depends on the specific blue mage and how that works. I know, right, Rex? Because maybe... In fact, there's usually a a bear event right here. Like, I see it half the time. Ignore that giant bear right there. Let's just ignore that. Anyways. It depends on the setting. Depends on how blue mages work in that particular setting. Because most of the time, blue mages retain their magic. So, it's kind of the dragon thing, right? The older a blue mage is, the stronger they are. Because they just know more. Okay. What would I think if Breath of the Wild 2 brought back Demise and give us a route where we could save Ganondorf, and that just sounds incredibly amazing to me. It's pretty much exactly what I want out of Breath of the Wild 2. Done. Sold. How interconnected is the world? How many people can use Aetherytes, and how can they... I actually don't know a lot about the Aetherite lore, which is why this is a pseudo lore run and not a full lore run. So, I turn to my resident lore expert. Chat! How many people can use Aetherite? I mean, I know we can, and I know it takes some effort or energy, and we can do it normally because we're the Warrior of Light with a gigantic battery. I'm sure I can use this for the mount, but I doubt we're going to find another one. Okay, we'll use this one. Oh, well, can you ready the pelt? Yeah, sure. Let's get a bunch of blood everywhere. I mean, I know Aetheryte is in lore. That's one thing I am aware of. It's not like Hearthstones and WoW, which, you know, are basically not available as a method of transit in that game. In fact, portal magic in general is actually really limited in WoW, because if it wasn't, then, oh my god. You imagine just being able to portal all over the place pretty much at will. That would be insanity. If you portaled into something else, that's actually happened in Warcraft lore. There's actually story... Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Let's see, is this it? I think this is it. Let's see. Rule number 1. Do not create a portal to anywhere that isn't the designated Kirin Tor portal drop-off zones. The most dangerous aspect of portal spell is its vast potential. We realize it's easy for a mage to create a door to anywhere, so our only way to combat such potentially dangerous acts is to make it punishable by death. Special license D6 permits open portal usage, but is rarely issued. Speak with your local portal trainer about qualifying for this license. Create a portal in the proper place and use it in the proper way. Do not create a portal beneath the feet of someone. Do not linger halfway in and out of a portal. A portal is not a garbage disposal. A portal is not a shield. Do not use a portal like an umbrella or any kind of shelter from the elements. Do not back out of a portal once partially entering it. Oh, yeah, by the way, what happens there is half of you is left behind. Do not try and grab the edges of the portal, either inside or outside. A portal does not create handlebars to assist usage. Disruption of boundaries is extraordinarily dangerous. Never try to force or trick someone to go through a portal. Not only is this a great way to lose repeat customers, it is extremely dangerous. See rule number 2. Do not have someone who is polymorphed enter a portal. This is yet to not cause an explosion. This is also covered in the polymorphic rules and regulations. Do not remove the liquid filter from the portal spell. Portals innately prevent large amounts of flowing water so that they can be cast underwater. To allow for water elementals to use a portal, this filter can be omitted when casting. Do not omit when casting underwater. We feel obligated to mention the moderately severe claims disaster case 34ZZ, the Great Lakeshire Drought, and the Great Ironforge Flood of 24 AD. Standard portal dimensions are a bunch of dimensions. Double-wide portals require a special license, G16, and are not commonly issued except for mages with a clean portal record of 8 years or more. Anyways, my point is portal magic does exist and has an enormous amount of rules and regs in Warcraft. Because it's portal magic! They actually can track portal magic too, similar to how you can in Harry Potter. So if someone actually violates the rules, they know almost immediately. I'm sorry, the grizzly bear was already covered in scrapes and scars when we found it. There's no telling when we'd find another, so we skinned it as best we could and brought it back. There's nothing we can do with this pelt. I mean, we can use it for something else. Oh, they absolutely are, Takoida. Almost everything I just mentioned, or every rule I just mentioned, is either covered in that or covered in some other thing somewhere where they had to come up with that rule because, you know, someone misused it at some point. The irony is portals are so dangerous in Warcraft lore, it's one of the reasons they're so easy to regulate. Because most of the time when someone says, I'm just going to do this with the portal, they die. Just boop. Anyway, sorry. So, I'm not sure how it works in FF14, getting back to the actual question. I know there's limitations, and I know not everyone can do it like easily or effortlessly, and I know there's a cost because they charge, and that's how they in-game. You know, it's like a transit fee kind of a thing. That's about all I know. Oh God. Yeah. Anyways, these gloves look amazing. I hope they can fit all right. Yeah, there's actually one portal, which is in the background lore, where they opened a portal and it went really badly and a lot of death happened. And so the Bronze Flight had to get involved in that one. And be like, all right, hey, listen, I know you're about to open this portal. Don't. How did you know I was going to open this portal? Yeah, we're from about 10 minutes from now. Oh. You've done well, though I wish to add a grizzly bear to our collection of mounts. I will not ask you to risk the dangers of Girabani for another. Scabious as they are, I doubt you'll find one. These gloves must serve as testament to the rarity of the poor creature now on the brink of extinction. There are myriad species we must preserve, but there's, like, no story here. Is anyone else paying any attention to this story? Like, I mean, I'm obviously paying more attention to talking about portal magic and aetherites than I am about going and making a bunch of gloves and cloaks and just whatever you call these stupid things out of animals for a twat. Yeah, we're from 10 minutes from now. The only place we could go to was here. Now. Wait, what? And yeah, Asians can just teleport wherever. There's a reason true teleport power is such an overpowered power. It's honestly probably one of the biggest advantages that Organization 13 always had, and that the Asians have. They can just go wherever. When, wherever, however they want to. Just bzzz. I mean, honestly, so to go back to Warcraft for a second, the big limitation of Warcraft is you have to have an anchor. So you can open up a portal. Wait, what? You can open up a portal wherever, but in order to take it to wherever, that's kind of... You can't just say, I'm going to open a portal here. Like, you need to really have a specific anchor spot to do it in. And homing in on that specific coordinate and the magical bindings that allow you to open a portal here and blah, 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 blah. That's kind of the issue and difficulty therewith. The elementals weep for this poor creature. They cry out in anger. An affront to the 12's woods. So the elementals are against taxidermy. The Conjurer's Guild demands that we get rid of this taxidermy because the elementals. Quest accepted! Well, where's my hammer? The elementals are stupid and evil and dumb. Alright, there we go. I can't pronounce my being to hold my tongue. Close-minded fool. Can you not see the benefits of our work? He dares to call himself a hero. How he abuses his position that he might do as his please. Isn't that what you've been doing, lady? Sorry, got a little carried away. Alright, I have no doubt one of your talents can resolve the situation. Wait. Did I read that correctly? Yep, nope. She just implied that we could go deal with the problem. But we're instead gonna go ahead and hit the Leatherworkers Guild instead. Wow, lady. I know I talk about killing people a lot, but damn. But yeah, no, exactly, Nimi. There's... Portal magic has to be limited pretty much by design, otherwise what you have is a mess. It's also why, so, I don't know if you've noticed, but both the Asians and Organization 13 follow the same general rules of portaling. To explain that a little bit, so, this is made-up terms, I forget what they're actually called, but the way it works is, let's say I was to go, and what I do is I enter the portal dimension, let's just call it that for a moment. Within the portal dimension, I can see and hear and otherwise interact with things. I am, for all intents and purposes, invisible. Someone who is sufficiently powerful... Did I say... Shut up, Frax. If someone sufficiently powerful or observant or whatever can notice me here, even though I'm in the other dimension, because I'm just over here. But I'm watching. Now, the reason this is so relevant is not just because you can use this as a tool of espionage, which is useful in its own right, but it means you can aim your portals so much easier because you literally see where you're popping out, right? So instead of having to rely on a specific spot and just kind of hoping there's nothing there, you can literally see, there's no one right there, so I'm just going to open a portal right here, boom, and then we re-enter the material plane, and we're good, right? And that's one of the reasons why so many fantasy settings which use teleportation magic have this approach, where you actually shift, move, shift, and that way you can actually spot your landing, so to speak. Otherwise, you try to land on the aircraft carrying Top Gun, and we all know how that goes. That was a weird pop. Wow. So, there was a time when leather goods were criticized as being extravagant and wasteful. It took a great deal of effort on the leather workers, but opinions eventually changed. They had to prove they made something worth the loss of the lives. So, unless you can do the same, you're not going to convince the hearers of anything. Although... Go make a jacket. Okay. No, yeah, exactly, Nami. Like, that's exactly right. It's also why in D&D, which does not have that caveat, generally speaking, what happens is you have to, like, mentally home in, and the more details you have, the more specific you get, and then it's a dice roll. Well, that's my job, Tim. Like, obviously, I'm not going to read everything all out. I was never going to do that. There's just too much dialogue in this game. But I do try to summarize what's going on so you know and can keep up. But, like, so to explain this a little bit, so the way it works is there's two limiters in D&D. First of all, you need to have a certain level of understanding and familiarity with the specific spot where you're going to teleport to. You can anchor it to a person, to a location, doesn't matter, as long as you can very vividly picture them in your mind. Here's the catch, though. You effectively need a certain amount of familiarity. So if I say, I want to port to this really skinny, tall dude who has one eye that's kind of bad, and that's the only description I give you, you probably can't succeed, because what it does is the more details you have, the more percent chance of success you have, because you have to roll a percentile die. So... you roll the percentile die, and that's a 34, and that's just not enough, so the spell just fails. Here's the thing. There's actually an in-betweeny range where you portal wrong, too. Because, let's say I give you a description of, I don't know, some random person who is in this situation, in this situation, in this situation. Well, what can happen is you portal to someone else in the world who happens to have that same situation going on, who looks the same and acts the same, but it's a completely different target. Let's say there's a specific tree you're targeting, but as it happens, the thing you use to specify that tree is this specific set of initials which is carved into it, which someone else also did over here. You get the idea. Portaling is actually pretty dangerous in D&D, unless you're doing a specific recall type of portal, which is a completely different thing. So even with really, really, really precise infel, it's still a dice roll. To explain what I mean by that, you can also scry in D&D. So if you scry and you literally see the spot you're teleporting to, you have a high chance of success. But it's still a chance. It is still a possibility of failure. And yeah, portaling in D&D can also go bad in basically every way you can imagine. To my knowledge, you can't get split up. Like, you can't teleport party you to one thing and party to the other thing. But you can get teleported to, So let's say, let's use the tree example. Let's say you're going to the tree, but you roll badly or you don't specify precisely enough. It is possible for you to teleport into things such as the tree itself, because you were focusing so much on the tree that you teleport to the tree. And generally speaking, there's no recovery from that. You're dead. Anyways, a major stupid thing. Can we, like... Well, in the interest of fairness, Reggie, you don't die immediately. You just take an inordinate amount of damage. So if you have really high health, well... Imagine just living through that for a few seconds. Ugh. Or don't imagine that, because that's horrifying. Why is this music playing? So what we're doing is we've used... Those do. Okay. We're going to show off the endangered creatures by showing off the leather-working goods we have crafted based on the leather of the endangered creatures in order to convince them that it's okay to put on displays of endangered creatures. I'm very confused by this whole chain, I gotta be real. But then again, the elements are stupid, so that's whatever. Yeah, if you hear the tree groaning, chop it down immediately and then res me. Actually, you know what's funny? Don't ask me why I know this. But if you die in such a manner, in terms of rules, in terms of how it works, you are considered to not have a corpse. Now, you might say, why does that matter? Well, it matters because certain types of resurrection... What the hell? It literally went down as you put in the question. Like, you broke the bot. Why would you do this, Giga Pudding? What did I do to you? Hang on, I'm putting it back up. I'm putting it back up. There we go. So, for those of you who don't understand why that's important, you need higher levels of resurrection in order to resurrect someone without a body. So, if you merge into the tree, your body is, in terms of rules, not there, because it's just merged with the tree. So you actually have to res higher level res, which is much, much harder to do. Anyways, so, yes. Going to the Leatherworkers Guild, we're making this stuff, and everything's cool. We're not the only ones with influence. We will have a mount for our expedition. What do you... Okay, whatever. And yeah, the higher level the spell, the much less likely you're going to find someone that actually has that spell. I said don't ask me, Loader. I was GM for that particular session. There's a spell in 3rd edition called Plant Shape. So I'm going to mention about that. Anyway, so we speak a specific type of bird. In the fringes. Oh yeah, res spells are expensive. Even like low-level res spells, which require a corpse, it's like 300 gold per res. And that may not sound like a lot from a video game perspective, but again, in lore, 300 gold is more money than most people see in their lifetime. Anyways, no, not all the previous questions were there. It went down as soon as Giga was like, behold! That's exactly what happened. Just like that. It was weird. Optic Blast! There we go. Suddenly playing the X-Men arcade game. Yeah, it has to be diamond or diamonds worth up to or including 300 gold worth of value. Yeah, we're like level 9, verging on level 10 in the campaign we're in. I have like 50 gold on me. Now that's more than enough for standard expenses, but, you know... just a bit of perspective on that. Alright, so while we're roaming over here to find this stupid feathered thing... Usually GMs, including myself, that I play under or over as... Usually myself and GMs I tend to play under don't get too nitty-gritty about the diamond, as long as there is some place where you can get a hold of such a diamond, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in the middle of the wastes and you go to some random village, good luck getting a hold of a diamond, right? But anyways, questions. So, Lord Harrimont says, you routinely mention that each episode is a skip or a watch. Is that an actual list publicly available? Yes and no, respectively. I've never actually made that list publicly available. But I have been kind of keeping track of that. It is an actual thing. The VHS list is an actual thing. In fact, I believe I was doing that for Enterprise. Yep, there's the the VHS list, and there's the skip list. And I think I did that for TOS as well, so I can go ahead and make that publicly available with that one, because I actually wrote that one down as I was going. Such a beautiful, majestic bird. I'd like to observe them for a while. Okay. That is not what I would call beautiful or majestic. Here, let's just show off what he's talking about. That's so beautiful and majestic. Check this beautiful thing out. Nope, I wasn't keeping track for TNG or DS9 or Voyager, so I'd have to make the list from scratch. I know I could do that, but I'd have to do that. Marmaduke was furious. If other people are just as angry, maybe we shouldn't be making another mount. We've come too far to run away now. The Cipher Claws. I'm going to be a real taxidermist someday. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do it someday, Lord Harriman. It's just, you know, that's the issue. I didn't do it initially. That is, in fact, specifically why I was keeping track as I was going through TOS and Enterprise, because I didn't previously, so lesson learned, you know. My bad. Mea culpa. So Gigapudding crashes the server. Hang on. There we go. So I started from the beginning, and Trahearn should be a good character, but he isn't. I agree with you completely. Trahearn is the Minfilia of Guild Wars 2 Vanilla. And I mean that. He's like the main character. He's central to so many of the events of the plot. He's pretty much the original commander, which we eventually replace. And he continues into Heart of Thorns. I don't think that's a spoiler. Like, he continues being a main character. And it's just like... Summarize his character for me, you know? Explain a character trait he has to me. Can you come up with more than one? If we are to count Brave in the Face of Adversity as a character trait? Anyways, so we're going to recreate this using the pelt of a normal one. Yes. Is breathing a character trait? No. He has an old man voice. I honestly don't remember his voice actor all that much, because I haven't heard him in a very long time. But you get my point, Gigapudding. In short, I'm in complete agreement with you. Trahearn is just whatever balls. It's another reason why Guild Wars 2 Vanilla is so blah. So for those of you who have never played Guild Wars 2 Vanilla, first of all, they actually use a completely different cutscenes approach, which is terrible. But second of all, it's just so boring. You think I complain about this game having some empty text problems or some pacing problems? Imagine this, but like 5 times worse for every cutscene. Specifically in Vanilla. They get better about it later. But in Vanilla, it's like... I don't think I agree with that. Maybe we should go this way. No. No, I don't think I agree with that either. Well, what would you agree with? Character moves up. Perhaps we could find a compromise. I suppose we could. And it's just, I'm going to stop there, but I think you get the idea. It's just the directing, the pacing, the voice acting, the visual presentation is all just so wallpaper paste. It's why I quit the game for years until PAX finally dragged me back, saying, no, it's actually gotten good this time, I swear. I was like, okay, fine. And it did. It did get better. It's just, God. Ugh. Okay, I'm done. Rant off. I love Guild Wars 2 to death, but God, it took a while to get there. Yeah, there's also a section of Guild Wars 2 where your main character just stops being voice acted. Even though you had a voice in Vanilla and have a voice for everything else afterwards. You just stop talking. You pull a Warrior of Light. You just stop talking. Like, yep. Anyway, so this is the big thing. We've put on a display to try and convince people that we should be allowed to put on displays. I foresee no problems with this. was actually hoping people would be excited, but they seem kind of mad. We worked so hard on it. Oh, well. Oh, no, it's the evil ones. Not her. Not him. Not him. No, it's him! Excuse me. I'm the local religious zealot, and I disagree with this because the elementals... Just when I thought Gridani needs to reclaim some modicum of decency, you will suspend this farce of an expedition at once. We are literally fighting PETA, yes. Guild Wars 1 does not have the same issue at all, no. Silence! I will hear no more tales of your fabricated tales of the elementals. Interesting reaction. Our work is not a mockery, a tribute. If you would cease your blustering for a moment, I'll explain to you and the good people here why. Thank you for gathering today. I wish to speak with you regarding a matter of grave concern, one often overlooked in the hustle and bustle of our lives in Gridania. To start, I would have you consider this the three-feathered Gagana. A rare breed, highly valued by the people... Okay. National Geographic. It's on the verge of extinction. It's being overhunted. This is the kind of armor we're making out of these creatures. It's so easy to make this armor and forget the brave sacrifice of these creatures. We must protect them. Otherwise, we have squandered their resources. By the way, notice that he's actually wearing that armor. You claim it has... What is this display other than a waste of skin? You claim it has an educational purpose, but you could simply read a book. Okay. That's the one and only good thing in this entire quest chain. Have you read such a book? I hope you have, and you have highly knowledgeable as a result, given you're wearing clothing made from their hides. Well... What about you? Do you know anything of these two creatures? Yeah, exactly. Objection! They even have a sound effect. These people have a right to know what's happening in the world outside of Gridania, to know the cost of the goods they otherwise take for granted. These mounts are not meant to offend. They're the living reminders of things. And blah, blah, blah. Shake head. Very well, you've convinced me. It is my duty, my privilege, to hearken to the elements. My God. Are you just... Yeah, his name's Marmaduke, by the way. I haven't mentioned that yet. I ask your forgiveness. I have had a complete change of heart in about 5 seconds. Yeah, seriously, Omega Legion, why is this Yahoo? Oh my God. I'll carry on. It is my duty to I like how we started off with her, who is a twat, and she is not the most irritating character in this quest chain. That's impressive. That takes work, FF14. I almost respect that. Almost. Now, this is definitely a negative to story, because in addition to being boring, it's also just nonsensical and, frankly, paint by the numbers in a way that doesn't do anything interesting with it. I'm the person who disagrees with what you're doing. Wait, but have you considered this? You're right. I actually now have changed my mind completely. Like, this is not a good story arc. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the... Exactly, thank you. This is the after-school special of storytelling. And they're even playing the, you know, I learned something today music. Oh my God, you remembered our names. The exhibition was a resounding success. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Sion. Anything BLU says is something I'm not willing to acknowledge as even existing. But I'll go ahead and answer the rest of your question, presuming BLU is not a part of it. I can do nothing but spit venom at that man and his clickbait nonsense garbage. Yes, this story is better than The Godfather. You know, I learned something today. Some people are stupid. That's it. That's what I learned today. Wait, really? Why are we still talking about this? Yeah, you can tell I meant that because I didn't have any levity in my tone. It just dropped. You can always tell I really mean something when I just know. I have to do that because otherwise I don't want people to take 90% of the things I say, mostly jokingly, seriously. So, yeah, at least one story negative for that garbage. That crap. That drivel! So, that would be... How do you do Leatherworker? LTW. LTW, FTW. Tell you what, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to only give it one negative because of the objection moment. Which I will mention here, obviously. Okay. What am I doing? The next class, that's what I'm doing. Which is Armor. I mean, it's not positive worthy. That's the problem. It's not. So I can't give a positive to it. So I will never give positives ever again. Oh, wait. Sorry. I was acting like BLU there for a second. So, let's go up here. Look at our questions. Giga Pudding. Umbral Magma says, so currently in the D&D community, there's debate on if casting Speak with Dead and Speak With... I find your question fascinating, Umbral Magnus. Umbral Magnus then asks, currently in the D&D community, there's a debate on if casting Speak with Dead and Speak with Plants would allow you to talk to furniture. What are your thoughts? No. As a GM, what the hell is this? And where did this come from? Was this always here? Am I this blind? This looks new, too. What is all this crap? Is that... food? Delicious food. Anyway, sorry. No, as a GM, I would say no. I get that you're being creative, but it violates the spirit of the spell, and that's kind of how those underplanning spells work. It doesn't work that way. So, no. That would be my take on that. If you tried to argue me down, I would point to Rule 1. Can anyone tell me what Rule 1 is in D&D? Okay, well, the Sith Armorer is leaving the guild, which she finds unacceptable for some reason. Yeah, no, Takoida got it correct. GM has the final say. Or, GM's word is law, however you want to phrase that. But it's the same thing. Every rule in every rule book always ultimately bows to the GM. That's not actually a joke. That's not just personal opinion. It's actually in the player's handbook. The reason that's there, by the way, I've mentioned this so strongly, and there is a reason it's Rule 1, is because how many of you have ever encountered a player who will say, oh, but now hang on a second, in this rule book, in this section, it says this, and they try to argue down the GM? Now, sometimes that's okay, but if the GM then says no, and they try to argue persistently that it's in the rule book, then they are factually, objectively wrong, because Rule 1, the GM's word is law. And this, again, and this is not just my opinion. This is the actual written law of how Wizards has approached writing D&D since at least 2nd edition. The whole point of the GM's word is law rule is that the books are, and I know this sounds like a joke, but I mean it sincerely, are supposed to be guidelines. They're the starting point. That's how all this works. And if a GM says, I'm overriding this, then the GM says, I'm overriding this. The end. Well, if it's a creepy or annoying GM, then my advice is to not play into that person, because they're creepy or annoying. It's a surprisingly easy fix. Go figure. But yes, even in that case, the GM's word would be law. So there it is. Anyway, so he's quitting the guild. Okay. Yep, you'll never make something as good as me. That's true. You're pathetic. I spit on you. Okay, so he's going on a pilgrimage to the Far East to get better at being an armorsmith so he could equal up to me. He never can, but that's okay. Oh, I should probably mention, several people have asked why I say GM instead of DM. DM means Dungeon Master. GM means Game Master. What that means is that GM is a lot more universally applicable. In other words, a D&D person who runs a game is usually a DM, but a person who runs any pen and paper game is a GM. Make sense? Also, yeah, Dungeon Master's copyrighted. That's actually a valid point. And a character in a cartoon. But that's neither here nor there. So, he's going to the Far East. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, be better than that dribble we just went through. I mean, if you just explained why you were leaving, I wouldn't have to send someone to spy on you. How do you see in those things? Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Storytellers and plot runners and dungeon masters and oh god, I forget all of them. I used to know several of them. There's a lot of different terms for GM across rule sets, but GM is the universal, and that's why I use it, because it's the universal. Anyways, questions. Let's see here. Delete. Okay, a game you're reviewing has 16-hour-long unskippable cutscene. Okay. So first of all, I must have put it in the wrong category. There it is. It's under story negative because I'm a moron. Let's shuffle that down to gameplay negatives. There we go. Thank you, Velvetrix. Yeah, so a 16-hour movie. Okay, so first of all, I would veto the crap out of that if someone wanted to suggest a game with a 16-hour unskippable cutscene. How many negatives would I give to that? Is really what that question boils down to. Do I simply cut it? So what he says is, do you cut it out of the road? Do you decide to review it in its entirety? Would it be 3 negatives to story? That would be substantially more than 3 negatives to story. I know. I'm not up to yours yet, Scion. Yours is literally the 3rd question in the queue. So a 16-hour unskippable cutscene, and I'm not joking about this. What I would probably do is I would probably sit down and figure out how much the worst unskippable cutscene as I've ever seen and how long it is. That would probably be the Seymour fight in FF10. And then do a little math, and then multiply. I'm not joking. 16 hours is so beyond acceptability that I would just pile on negative after negative after negative after negative for it. And that would probably be in the hundreds. And I'm okay with that. Like, nothing... that would probably be the worst game I've ever reviewed. Regardless of if the rest of the game is fantastic. If the rest of the game was Cyber Shadow, but it had a 16-hour unskippable cutscene, that would be the worst game I've ever reviewed. I'm not joking, and I'm not making that up. That would truly earn the garbage tag for just absolutely abysmally terrible, unacceptably bad game design. When you get to a certain level of extremes, no. That's one of the reasons why, thankfully, we'll never review FF11, but if we did, something like, those stupid super bosses I can't think of the name of right now, would be substantially more than 3 negatives. Absolute Virtue. There's another one, but yeah. Oh god, Omega Legion. That's actually worse. And if you fail a quick time event, you have to start over the entire cutscene. No mid-mission checkpoints. So he wants to learn how to be a better armor smith. You're so pathetic. Yeah, and if you alt-tab, the entire game freezes, like several games do. Oh yeah, and the QuickTime events, there's no warning for them. There's no indication. You just have to be there, ready to go. And it's at the last... And it's all... No, it's the wee waggle. Except you have to waggle a certain amount. Why is this music playing? Whatever. Oh god, yeah, and it's borderless window. We can just pile it on. We can just make this so horrible. Hang on, let me read this chunk, because I'm gonna have to make something in a moment. Okay, so. Alright, so who's my favorite gnome in Warcraft? I mean, Chromie is cheating, so I'm not going to say that, but Chromie is the first one that came to mind. But no, let's actually think about this. The one who accidentally... I can't think of her name, but the one who accidentally split herself in two in Wrath is a good pick. There's also the rogue gnome, who is actually a regular character in Cataclysm and Pandaria, and all the way up through BFA, actually. I can't think of her name. She's in Tanarus. She's part of the Tanarus questline. Hey, Kid Viper. Now, there's the name I don't see very often. What's up? Millhouse Monostorm. I actually don't like Monostorm all that much, to be blunt. I find his wife more interesting. If you know what I mean. No, I do actually find his wife more interesting. She shows up in Legion, and she's also in Shadowlands. And one of the best dungeons in Shadowlands, the other side. Okay. Whatever. So now we're going to answer Scion's question. First of all, spit venom. But let's go ahead and actually see what the question is. So what are your thoughts on no one who exists saying that Shadowlands was so terrible because it severed emotional connections throughout the history of the franchise? Elune being half-assedly involved, by implication turning into a robot, like being pissed on, evolving president tries to leave Sargeras until I know that. Okay, so hang on, I'm just hearing a lot of noise in that question, so let me walk this back. What are my thoughts on it removing emotional connections is what I feel is the core question there. So, the Elune thing, I actually really like. That was a cool twist. The Legacy thing was just a misuse from the beginning, which is a shame because it actually led to a really cool cutscene, but nevertheless, I don't feel anything there whatsoever. Zaval is pathetic. That's absolutely true. He's the worst villain that series has ever had, and that's saying something. But I don't know what that has to do with anything emotionally with regards to the jailer. Are we seriously explaining what scale armor is to someone who is supposedly a master armor crafter? We are. We are actually explaining what scale mail is. That. And he's like, wow, that's a weird way to do it. Okay. Sure. So there's this thing called scale mail, right? So I'm not understanding your question, to be completely honest, Scion. So instead, I'm just going to speak vaguely, and that's going to have to do. So, what the hell is that? The seaweed is always greener? What is that? That's a custom delivery thing. Got it. Okay, cool. I mean, okay, so, sorry, fine. Lamellar armor, not scale armor. But the point is, he's describing the concept of layering multiple plates on top of each other to form armor, instead of having one giant, uninterrupted chunk of armor. That's what he described. And this guy was like, what? I've never even heard of that before. This metal is better than plate armor in every way, is what he just said. Not sure I agree with that one either. Yes. And remember, this guy is the dude who's been like the main armor villain of the last two story arcs, 1 through 50 and 50 through 60. But anyways, so yeah, let me speak in generics, because Shadowlands actually is probably, let me just go ahead and give this away. You ready for this? Big spoiler. Shadowlands is very likely to score very high on the story axis. And you're probably thinking, how is that possible? It's because there's a lot of things that apply when it comes to story. There's a lot of great regional stories. Some of the best side characters we've ever had are in Shadowlands. There's a lot of little personal stuff. There's a lot of visual storytelling. There's an amazing amount of world building and a huge amount of fleshing out of how the Afterlife works and how the first ones operate, and the nature of the function of the machinery of existence, because all of existence is effectively a giant program which has been running for forever. Spoilers. And so forth, and so on. There's a lot of good story in Shadowlands. But none of that's what you're asking about. You're asking about the plot, which is garbage. Yeah, no, I agree, Reggie. But here's the thing, and I'm just going to spoil the plot of Shadowlands for you. Ready for this? I'll give you 5 seconds, as I always do, to mute me if you want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The plot of Shadowlands is that there's this dude named the Jailer who's been behind everything forever, trust us, no really, wink wink, who has decided that he needs to absolutely dominate all life everywhere, except that's not actually his goal, because retcons. That's it. That's the plot. So you can see the problem there. Yeah, no, that's why I'm so casual about spoiling the plot of Shadowlands. That's not a plot. Generic villain number 37 is threatening reality is not a plot. So I don't care at all. And the plot is absolutely going to get just torpedoed with negatives. But there's a lot of good story. Zeromus quite literally had more plot than that, yes. Check it out. Layered plates. This was easy. I wonder if this is really the right path to unlocking my own brand of originality. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so in case you missed that, this whole arc is he's lost his character, and he wants to create his own brand of armor that's completely unique and different from everyone else. That's what Sith armor here is after, okay? So in order to do that, he is perfectly copying other people's armor crafting styles. I'm sorry, did he literally just say scales? Hang on. Yep, nope, he actually did say scales, so he's actually calling it scale mail. Okay. Oh, the Kel'Thuzad thing pissed me off, but the problem is... So, okay. I get what you're talking about, Cyan. I think I've understood the thrust of your problem. The Jailer is the problem with Shadowlands. And I'm not speaking facetiously, and I'm not speaking clickbaitingly. The Jailer is the problem with Shadowlands. Is Sylvanas Windrunner well written in Shadowlands? Yes. Is the jailer written terribly in Shadowlands? Yes. Now, the distinction, the core element here is you're probably thinking, no, Lore, you're wrong and you're dumb and you're stupid. But for once, I am not actually dumb, wrong, or stupid. Because the problem here is that characters are well written in their own bubbles, but the moment they are attached to the jailer's writing overrides theirs. I'm probably explaining this badly, but the point is, what they're doing is they will write something for the jailer, and that actually kind of flattens another character. And so another character is badly written, but only in so much as they're attached to the jailer. Make sense? And so Sylvanas attached to the jailer, terribly written. Kel'Thuzad attached to the jailer, terribly written. What's the name of the guy in Revendreth? The main character, the main villain. Whose name I suddenly can't think of. Denariacaria or something like that. Denathrius, there you go. Denathrius, as written attached to the jailer, terribly written. You get my point? Denathrius, to pick onto that one, is actually very well written and brilliantly acted and brilliantly presented and horrific in his nature. The big twist of Revendreth, which I will not spoil here, is actually a pretty damn big twist, but the way he is connected to the jailer is terrible. And see, the thing is, Blade Travell, it's not just that, it's that out of universe. The jailer isn't in universe twisting characters to his will. The writers are twisting other characters to fit the jailer's story arc. Make sense? I hope that answers you, Scion, because I'm not sure what else to say on that point. I hate to put so much on him, but really, the jailer really is so terrible on every level. Like, Shadow Machine is nowhere near as terrifying as the jailer. Not even on the same tier. It's just, oh my gosh. Goes in GI? Oh my gosh, I can't pronounce that. So there's a samurai who wants to participate in a contest, and so we're going to be his armorers. To learn how to... Yeah, Zetzler. So let me give you an example of this. First, let me say thank you, Shadow Machine. Thank you. Always. Although, I've never heard of that one. So, do you mind giving me a backup? I'm assuming that's part of the Anyo series. But I've never heard of that one. Mutationem. That's going to be interesting. Oh, by the way, Shadow Machine, you're probably wondering why Fear hasn't been added to the list yet. So it's $60 and hasn't gone on sale yet. So I'm kind of waiting for it to go on sale to buy it in order to make sure it runs and all those fun things. It's still there. It's right there. I have the donation. It hasn't gone on sale yet. So I just thought I'd let you know that I haven't forgotten about it. I was gonna say something about it's not part of the Anyo series? Well, now I'm confused. No! 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 Why, Shadow Machine? Why? Gravity Falls. Got it. So it's called Anyo Mutationem, but has nothing to do with Anyo. I'm confused, but thank you, Shadow Machine. I'll look it up later. You know me. Always appreciate muchly, very much. Thank you. No, I agree with that, Son. Sorry, I was going to... It's so weird. It's like, yeah, I'm going to play Kingdom Hearts. Oh, which one is it? No, it's unrelated to the Kingdom Hearts series. I was going to say something before I said that. His definition of Mary Sue, twisting characters to fit his poor Luton character. I can't remember what I was going to say. I was going to say something else about how the jailer is terrible. It was something specific. I just don't remember it anymore. It really is just... Wow, that has absolutely nothing to do with Anyo. I can tell just by looking at it. Apparently just came out. last Wednesday. Is the jailer a Mary Sue? Oh, right. I remember what I was going to say. I was going to give you a specific reason why the jailer sucks. So, the jailer actually does have characterization until the end of the game, in which case they retconned it. That characterization is 2 bullet points, okay? Domination and torture. He is cruel. Now, when I mean domination, I mean total mind control. I don't mean like... I need to explain this, because there's actually a difference in the Warcraft setting between mind control magic and domination magic. Domination magic is a whole further extent. It's an extreme subsect of mind control magic, right? If I have dominated you, you are a total puppet. I control every aspect of you, right? I don't say, go do this. I have a direct connection and control over you and make you go do that. Make sense? So that's his first thing, is domination magic. The second thing, yeah, exactly, Bridget. It's total assimilation. The second characterization is cruelty. He's all about making people hurt and suffer as much as possible. He will specifically go out of his way to be stupid in order to make people hurt more. Now, I know most villains have that, but it is a specific character trait of the jailer, okay? Now, the reason I bring this up is because given that mentality, and given that he is really big on domination, you may be like, oh, well, that explains why he has so many people working for him, right? Because Kel'Thuzad's working for him, because... And, we know that, oh god, I can't remember his name, Mozella. Mozella's working for him because... And Denathrius is working for him because... And there's others. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because this is yet another aspect of the bad writing. Multiple characters, and I mean there's actually several dozen, and at least one major character from each of the 4 starting zones. All of them are working for him because ... Never explained, never elaborated upon. They never bother to come up with a reason for why people work for him. They just do. And before you ask, no, he hasn't used domination magic on them. That's actually a point. They just work for him. For some reason. And yes, Sylvanas is... This is why I say Sylvanas is well written, except as she's connected to the jailer. Remember, one of Sylvanas' key character points, going all the way back to Warcraft 3, is the fact that she is really big on freedom of will. That's been a huge part of her character throughout all of WoW, especially in Kata, and leading into... even BFA actually touched on that. And yet she is willingly working for someone who is all about domination. And yet Denathrius has absolutely no reason to work for this guy. Denathrius is arguably stronger than him in multiple ways. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why that cutscene left me with so many mixed feelings. I will never serve, and the arrow makes perfect sense. That's 100% in character for Sylvanas. But the problem was she was serving him and helped mind control someone else. She wasn't even bothered by it. They even acknowledged that. Ah, sorry. Rant off. I should get back to the game I'm playing right now. Now, someone earlier mentioned the idea of 2 writers and one of them crowbarring something in. In all and total sincerity, I think that's exactly what was happening here. I think that there was a writer, probably just one person, who really liked the idea of a villain who was behind everything all along, right? You know the trope, and that kind of trope can work. There's this one person we hadn't heard of before, but they've actually been behind X, Y, and Z. The problem is, that trope is really hard to pull off properly. Like, it takes work and effort and time and a lot of forethought, or back thought. You have to really think about how this villain can perfectly slide in to the story you've already written to show that they were behind it all the time to make it satisfying and not feel cheap. And they didn't do any of that. Instead, he's just behind everything because ... And yeah, this is why I mentioned that Zoromas was literally done better. That's why I laughed when you said that, Reggie. It's like, no, Zoromas, who was behind everything all along, was literally done better than the jailer. You notice I keep calling him the Jailer, by the way? I'm doing that as an insult. Because he doesn't really deserve a name. Because it doesn't mean anything. Did you know that his name was actually supposed to be kind of a plot twist? I'm not joking. Thank you, Eclectic. I will absolutely add Haunted Chocolatier to the list. Done. I'm not even going to check that one. I'm really looking forward to that game whenever it comes out. But yeah, no, the whole point is this is just bad writing. It's bad writing, it's bad writing, it's bad writing. It's just all the way down. There's no salvaging it. You know how you make Shadowlands better? You eject the Jailer entirely. And I know what you're thinking, but how do you do that? Well, why don't you assume that all of the major Jailer NPCs in each of the 4 zones are just doing their own thing for their own reasons? Kel'Thuzad is trying to claim power amongst the Necrohalls. Done. I forget her name is trying to reclaim their memories because they feel like they should have their memories to do their duty properly. Done. Muezela is trying to reclaim his position as the Loa of Death. Done. Denothrius is trying to hoard the source of anima in spoiler plot list. Done. None of them need the Jailer for their plot twists, for their character arcs, or for their position. Just erasing the Jailer from the equation actually makes their stories better. Done. Who's the big bad? Why do you need one, would be my first question. But if you insist on having a big bad, I know exactly what I would do. Okay, so I'm kind of being facetious, because I wouldn't actually have there be a big bad. You know what I would have the big bad be? I would say that there's something that went extremely wrong during Legion with the death of Argus, which threw the mechanisms of death out of whack. I have no idea, Elizar. So the mechanisms of death are thrown off, and the big villain, the main central antagonist, is the fact that the machine of death is broken. That's why we have to go to the first one zone I forget the name of. That's why we have to fight through the first one temple. That's why we have to fix it. So instead of the Jailer at the end, we're literally fighting a frickin' CPU. We're trying to actually repair a system that is having a cascade effect on all of reality. There you go. Stakes are bigger. It is directly tied into the events of Legion, so we got some continuity to snarls. It explains why so many people are choosing now to go and pick out their own little fiefdoms of the afterlife, because the afterlife is falling apart, and we actually fix everything and get back to the status quo. Done. Fixed. And I just came up with that just now. Because that's not better, Tim. I mean, okay. No, I stand by it. It's not better. It's less bad. But that's not, like, that doesn't end, you know? By the way, there's this person who's been mind-controlling everyone, who's behind everything, is not what I would call an engaging plot twist. Yeah, if you really, really, really want to go into, if you want a singular villain that isn't a computer at the very end, make it Argus. Make the final boss of the final raid Argus. Again. I wouldn't do that. I actually disagree with that, personally. I think that would actually diminish the entire story arc I was going for. But if you shouted me down in the writer's room and said, "No, Laura, we need to follow tradition and make bad games," then there you go. You get it. Meanwhile, he's arguing that I made a worse ornament, but he's arguing that a simple face mask is there for now he's arguing with the client, which gets him yelled at. Also, your original work is actually copied off something, which he just admitted. These quests are really bad. We keep talking about WoW. We've done that for 2 quest arcs in a row. The Jailer is super powerful, Lazar. He's amazingly powerful. He's mega powerful. He's so much more powerful than anything. He's dead now, though, so it's okay. I mean, I'm reading all this. It's just, this is barely better than the Leatherworker arc. He's like, I shall make a new original armor piece, and I shall help you out with this thing. By making this a helmet that I've already seen before. For a tournament where the client specifically said, I want something light that doesn't impede my movement. The one on the left is the one I made. The one on the right is the one he made. I mean, honestly, Reggie, that will happen. Because if you've been paying attention, one of the reasons WoW keeps coming up is because I'm comparing different design philosophies. Most of the time it's gameplay sides of things, right? Ergo, when we get to WoW, I will be bringing up several elements of FF14's game design philosophy that I personally think it does both better and worse. Hang on, let me read this. Mr. Ray, could you put that in the queue? So I can read that in a minute. Shut up, you Sincor. I mean, no, excuse me, I talked for 9 hours without talking about WoW. Thank you very much. In a 10-hour stretch, I talked about WoW once at the 1-hour mark. I then didn't talk about WoW for the rest of the day, so screw you. Credit where credit is due. Okay. I mean, I'll help you out. I don't know why. Well, okay, so the other reason I keep bringing up WoW, I know WoW inside and out. I know WoW way too well. I'm not actually ashamed of it at all. I just know WoW inside and out. I know its gameplay, I know its mechanics, I know its structure. I could tell you about how it does random loot generation in a way that most people probably aren't even aware of. I know structural code of WoW. So I keep bringing up WoW because I know it well enough to use it as a reference point. I have been trying to bring up other MMOs that I know not nearly as well, but still, like I bring up Guild Wars 2, I bring up Tor, I bring up old MMOs like EverQuest and Asheron's Call and STO and so forth and so on. You want that? That's the least descriptive thing ever. He wants me to make a Henjin armor with Eorzean touches. What does that mean exactly? That's still the highlight, Reggie. I've never surpassed that moment. I don't think I could ever beat that, to be completely honest. I peaked! It peaked back in Wrath. Alright, here's a Henjin plate. Done! Man, I don't know. There you go. Yeah. Do the Dragoon thing. There you go. Perfect. Although, I guess that's Ishgardian. But whatever. Alright, whatever. Here. So sorry, questions. Let's hit the question queue really quick. So Tim says, is there any part of your job you wished you could pay someone else $5 or more to do for you? If so, why haven't you? If not, why not? Because there's nothing that's a part of my job that's worth less than hundreds or thousands of dollars if I was to hire someone to do it. If I had a full-time secretary, they would need a living wage to do the kind of work I do for the secretary thing. If I wanted someone to do editing for me, or wanted to put together footage or whatever, that's a full-time job. I barely make enough to afford a one-bedroom apartment. I certainly don't make enough to afford spending on someone else's full-time job. So that's why I don't hire anybody else to do anything else for me, because I kind of can't. If I won the lottery, I probably would actually be like, hey, so... but I don't, so I don't. Moving on. Let's see, next question. What is the most good thing a horrible company has done, and why do you think they did it? Name any terrible company that donated money towards a good charity, and that's the answer. The why they did it is obvious. It's cheap PR. Who's my favorite antagonist in WoW? Ooh. Specifically WoW, not Warcraft. I'll have to think about that. So here we go. The Hengen Eorzean armor. Let's see what it looks like. Oh god, I moved like 2 years ago, Cat Viper. That's an interesting outfit. Yeah, I don't care for it either. If we include Warcraft, that does increase the range a little bit. Okay. The helmet imbues despair in its enemies. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. What is... Oh my god, he doesn't know what plate armor is. He really doesn't. And he will go across his battlefield with the swiftness of a rabbit, because, you know, that's how that works. I've played Zelda. Now he's heading home. Do me a favor and put it in the queue, Colin Peluso. It is nice to have my own place. It's a little bit... like, I don't want to live here for the rest of my life. This place sucks, but it is nice to have my own place, yes. Although, I don't know if I mentioned this, for those of you who have been aware of me living here for a while, but the guy next door who would play music loudly at all hours, including in the middle of the night, got evicted for playing music loudly at all hours, including in the middle of the night. Go figure. You know, ironically, Scion, I was actually thinking Garrosh, which I know a lot of people would be weirded out by. Now, hear me out. I hate Garrosh as much as anybody, but I hate him in character, if that makes sense. I hate him like I hate Kai Wynn. He's not a get-off-my-screen character. You know what I mean? Garrosh was actually really well written, really well constructed, had a lengthy and brilliantly done story arc, which really only had 2 hitches. One was in Shadowlands, go figure, and the other was one quest in Kata. Like a month ago or something like that. It was before the FF14 run. Yeah, exactly. He was a brilliant villain. And he was really well executed in many ways. Yeah, the Stone Talons Mountains quest, which I talked about during the lore one, literally doesn't work. It was written by someone who was not aware of the story arc they were doing. So, it's actually a mistake, so I'm willing to just kind of eject that. The rest of his story arc makes perfect sense and lines up pretty much perfectly. I mean, he did it for months, Get Viper. I'm not a big fan of giving people evictions in general, never mind in this thing, but he was doing it for months, you know? But yeah, Garrosh was consistently well written with the one exception and the one exception in the Shadowlands. And just kind of brilliant throughout. He was awesome. So that was Armor. I'm giving Armor 1 negative to story for being dull as dishwater. A lengthy quest chain, which is boring, is bad. Fair enough, since I should probably come up with another one. Have you ever drank dishwater? I don't recommend it. Next. Goldsmith. I should just call her Win Adami, and then nobody will have any idea what I'm talking about. Alright, questions. So favorite antagonist in Warcraft. I know, right, Blade Travel? Like I said, dullish dishwater. I was even summarizing it as we went, and it's still just... okay. Right, so Garrosh is definitely a qualifier. The second Lich King, which is kind of an interesting one, because the second Lich King is 2 separate people who are kind of smashed together. Actually, it's more like 5 people smashed together, but that's whatever on that one. So we've got Garrosh Hellscream, the second Lich King. I also admit I've always been rather fond of Kil'jaeden as a villain within the Warcraft mythos. He's the smart demon, and he's the only demon who's ever allowed to have a brain, but they write him with a brain, so he's actually kind of interesting and fascinating. I actually agree with that, Scion of the Emperor. In fact, it's one of the reasons I like the contrast, when it's done properly, of Archimonde to Kil'jaeden. 4 crafters left, then 3 gatherers, then we're good. So there's a bunch of small-scale villains that are really well done, too, which I'm just kind of hesitating on. No, that's Sargeras von Falkenstein. Kil'jaeden... So this is spoilers, okay? Actual spoilers, alright? So spoilers, 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 spoilers. Spoilers for Warcraft lore. I want you to imagine for a moment that you are smart and wise. You are a long-term thinker. You are brilliant. You are effectively at a genius level, okay? Let's say that someone shows up and says, join me and help me purge the entire universe. Now, this person is so monumentally powerful and so ridiculously strong and already has an army of demons at his back. You cannot beat him. You cannot stop him. You will be killed if you do not join him. What do? That's Kil'jaeden. Yes, it's the Saruman in the movies thing. Kil'jaeden joined because it was the only choice. The wise choice was to go ahead and join with Sargeras. It was the only option. It's actually part of his character arc and why he is so pissed off at Velen. Because Velen picked the other choice. Velen said, screw this nonsense, and fled. And Kil'jaeden was livid at him. Just, oh, you bastard! You don't get to have hope! I don't have hope! Why do you get hope? And so Velen is the fool's hope, and Kil'jaeden is the pragmatist who is defeatist. And the two of them just form a wonderful story arc. It's just, the problem is most of it's off camera, which is one of WoW's biggest problems in general. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Scion. It is a wonderful comparison, and the two really dovetail nicely. It's one of the reasons I heard some people who were really pissed off when Velen put a hand on Kil'jaeden as like a gesture, and everyone was like, oh, Kil'jaeden's been redeemed. Those people are stupid. Kil'jaeden wasn't redeemed. Kil'jaeden was understood. The two actually admitted and understood each other in their in that final moment before Kil'jaeden was permanently destroyed. And yeah, exactly, Primarch. So I do have to admit, Kil'jaeden would also be on my list of favorite Warcraft villains, because it's so much of what he does makes so much sense in so many ways, and it's a character arc I wish we saw more on camera. One of the biggest things you'll hear me complain about when we do the WoW review is how much of its story is not on camera. Because holy crap, there's some excellent storytelling story in WoW, and some terrible storytelling in WoW, and it pisses me off to no end. It's why I get so defensive when people say WoW has a bad story. No! WoW has a great story! But I don't blame people for not, knowing that. Anyways, sorry. Spoilers over. So... Oh my god, the Sultana's visiting the goldsmiths! Oh no. Wait. What have I done to incur her wrath? Everything's terrible. No. Okay, sorry. So, let's see here. So I think that answers you, Dr. Winter. I know I gave you a bunch of answers there. Yep, there's the Sultana. Yes, I'd like to... Yes, she'd be referring to the Sultana. I am she. Forgive my appearance, but my visit is private in nature. I wish to avoid public eye. Your Grace, No, I mean, you honor us with your presence. Be at ease. Hey, hi, Lore. Hey, Namamo. I came with the intent of having Serendipity relay a request, but I'm glad I made the request personally instead. You see, it is my desire to help ordinary Alamegans rebuild their lives. To this end, I intend to establish a school for artisans. That's actually a really good idea. Such a school requires a capable master, and that will be us, apparently. Some days ago, Her Grace made a visit to the refugee quarters. There she bore witness to the full extent of their daily struggles, and the sight filled her with sorrow. More than sorrow, it filled me with shame. The shame that such despair should exist under my rule. It served as a stern rebuke of my failings as a leader, and a reminder that mine inaction may beget further suffering, as it did when I allowed Alegi to run rampant, thus subjecting you and yours to unimaginable pain. As I have long believed, by helping the refugees, we will help Ul'dah. So, with Alamigo's liberation a reality, her citizens will return home. Alas, the years have left her industry barren. See you around, Omega Legion. Get some good sleep. If the nation is to survive and thrive, we must till the soil of her economy. In pondering this, I sought the counsel of wise individuals, and their prevailing recommendation would be for the seeds of trade sown through the training of craftsmen. Again, like I said earlier, that's a good idea. Craftsmen who would create a product that would be synonymous with Alamigo, and thus the idea of an artisan school. Ralger's Reach was nominated, and this leaves the location as a schoolmaster, which is, of course, you. Me too! This is already, like, interesting and actually logical, and has a plot hook that I give a damn about. Lest you doubt the plan's feasibility, it is met with the Syndicate's approval, for Alamigo is rich in smithing tradition and mineral deposits. Yep. It's probably the only thing they have, that and salt. I am providing such funds as I may to the initiative, yet the investment of coins alone feels impersonal, so I make a further contribution. My mother's crown, which she wore when she was wed. The jewels shall be of use in your work. The kindly soul that she was, my mother will be glad it will serve her noble cause. Mannequin Man is back. Such a sacrifice bespeaks the strength of her commitment. Oh, you'll do it, won't you? For Alamigo, for Her Grace, for me? Dot, dot, dot. No, I got you. I got you. I got you. Let's see. Let's go with lemon today. Yeah. Nope. Can't reach the lemon. Wait. Maybe I can reach the lemon. Must reach lemon. Must reach. I have every faith you'll do this. Thank you. Get the particulars from him. I mean, text, Cat Viper. Bad voice acting is a negative. Text is merely the absence of a positive. I mean, we kind of are Pyro, yeah. Because, yeah, they are canon. I'm not sure if they're canon at the same time, but they're kind of like... I've seen someone do a visual one time of how they stagger them. Because it's like, there's this, and then you get 3 levels, and then you do the next one. So the idea is you do one, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other. Then you get 3 levels, and you do the next, and it all lines up in a weird way. In short, we are extraordinarily busy. Actually, no, we'll do this. So let's see. Didn't Sylvanas think she was learning to break the cycle of death and life? But when she said she wants to make everyone serve, she was fooled. It's consistent. No. Should have just flat disagree with that. She does consistently talk about... So, okay, let's walk this back a bit. Sylvanas does consistently talk about, yes, I must break the cycle of life and death, which is naturally why she's working for someone whose biggest shtick is domination, magic, and forcing everyone to serve. If you don't see the problem in that sentence, then I got nothing else. Alright, so let's see our students. We've got... I misread this as Wu for a second. His name is Weedo. So we've got someone from the J Clan, Weedo, and Hal. 5,000. So these are the 3 individuals who will be apprentices. They are virgins to goldsmithing. Raise eyebrow. But it'll be cool and everything will be awesome. Oh, I just talked to you. You're the teacher? But Weedo said it would be an exotic Aura. Fooled again. How do I keep falling for it? I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Hal, and a miner. Was a miner, till my bastard of a brother duped me into becoming a goldsmith. I mean, that's not true. I've always been interested. But, you know. No kidding, Dakota. Hello, Guido's the name. I'm here with my brother. We used to smith for the Resistance, fixing weapons and such. In our country, there's always been some fighting going on somewhere, so, you know, making wolves of war is cool, but Ma would tell us fighting would end someday, and Alamigo's going to need craftsmen that'll make her coin and make her prosper. So, I started giving more thought to Ma's words and asking how I help get my country back on its feet. So when I heard about goldsmithing, I signed right up. Hey, offshore Twitch account. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jay Kavika. I love trinkets and accessories since I was little, so I started working at a small jewelry shop. I noticed she's the only one who has her own tools, by the way. At first I was just the shopkeep, but selling stuff got boring fast, so I nagged them to teach me a thing or two. But enough about me. I heard you're the one who made the music boxes. That was a good quest. I like that quest. Goldsmith has been pretty consistently good. Goldsmith and Culinarian tend to be the good ones. Have you noticed that? You've been the talk of the shop and everyone's so jealous, but most importantly, I've always admired your work. It's an absolute honor to work for you. Okay, so she's the evil one in this particular story arc. I guess I go back now. Okay, sure. Questions. If the Emperor was in Star Wars, what class would he be? I don't know if Eleazar is still there. I'll hold on to that one in case he isn't. Mr. Red says, you have to introduce the jailer. You don't have to include him as the final boss, but he has to be an antagonist. Okay. He's the Eternal in charge of the Maw. Done. That's it. We're good. I would change a few more things around. I would make him more mechanical than the others. Yeah, rather, I can't actually talk about that in length without spoiling, but the idea is make him be the story hint that there's more going on with the Eternals than we originally think, and make him the one who doesn't throw on any airs, right? He doesn't pretend to be anything other than the mechanical creature that he is, constantly running the Maw to very impersonal, almost Cthulhu-esque perfection at causing pain and misery. And maybe add a thing where, you know, they squeeze a little bit of extra anima out of the people in the Maw. It's something like that. Hello, Miss Emeloth. So what class would Palpatine be in Warcraft? Like, if Palpatine was tier 3'd into Warcraft, what class would he be? So let's start by saying none of them fit, but I think Shadow Priest is the one that would fit the best, right off the top of my head. Do I think any of it has to do with executive meddling? Truthfully, I don't know. For all I know about WoW, there's been a lot of stuff that they've been keeping weirdly quiet about lately, from behind the scenes perspective. And almost every interview they've been giving is so obviously lies that it's hard to even take it seriously. Shadow Priest has nothing to do with Undeath, no. I was actually going to say Affliction Lock would be the other one. But I still kind of lean towards Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest, God, there's so much that goes in. The way that void magic works, is that what that is void magic is subversive and manipulative and interactive. You don't blow someone up, you convince them to kill themselves. And to me, that just screams Palpatine, right? Like, that feels like the kind of approach he would use. And, of course, offshore Twitch account killed our bot again. There we go. The idea of Palpatine being someone who could operate in normal society without anybody noticing would also be a Shadow Priest thing, since most Shadow Priests, nobody even knows they're there. By contrast, everybody knows a Warlock pretty much on sight. There's a literal scent of fel magic that a normal person can smell. Never mind the fact that fel magic gives off all kinds of signs, and it's just really, really obvious that you practice fel, right? So, to me, Shadow Priest would work better. What does fel magic smell like? The obvious. It smells like burning, a specific form of burning, how do they describe it? It wasn't sulfur. It was something else. Like burning timber or something like that. Like, have you ever just smelled lumber burning? Ashen. They describe it once. I don't even remember which quest that was off the top of my head. Questions. So, okay. It kind of is, Lord Hermon. Void is arguably much worse than Fel. But Void is much easier to hide than Fel. That's why I say Palpatine would go that way. My opinion. Now, it's worth noting Warlock is a perfectly valid option. I'm just saying, you asked me, I give you my answer. Void magic. Moving on. And yeah, Darth Vader would be a Death Knight. Duh. Tank Death Knight, which I believe is blood at this point. It's been a while. Without further ado, here's Kanchana. Okay. She's going to learn about goldsmithing from us. Cool. Yeah, so we're working on this crown, which is terrifying because it's worth a fortune. Ah, we got this. We got this. Perfume, Reggie? God, you're right, Lord Armor. Yeah, my first tip is to cheat, S.A. Ross. And after that, I got nothing else. Your actual name. Yeah, we need a catchier name. Crown Gemworks to honor the Sultana. I believe it's a finite. Console! Well, then it sucks to be you, Ross. How would you play a video game on console? Yeah! Patooey! Alright, Anakin would be a Frost Death Knight, whereas Vader is a Blood Death Knight. Yeah, of course, now I got a bunch of questions while I have an actually interesting quest to showcase. Finally! It's okay, we'll probably have a boring quest next with Carpenter. I suppose I should look at the quest queue here, so hang on, let's clean this up a little bit. Delete. There we go. Yeah, actually, Scion, I'm not sure anything surpasses the Eclipse, really. And before you say the Supremacy, first of all, screw the AU's ships. But second of all, I'm pretty sure the Eclipse would beat the Supremacy. Oh, absolutely, Lord Hermon. Dark Shamans, which are a fascinating bit of lore that only crop up like 3 times, unfortunately, are totally Sith. Like, just straight up. We take what we want, we force nature and reality to turn to our whim, and literally cause damage in the doing of it. I have played all of Shadowlands except for the latest raid, and the raid before that, I think, and that's it. So I'm 2 patches behind. But I know all about it. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. Or apparently my character doesn't agree. That's dumb. Alright, whatever. So, sorry, I'm going to explain that out a little bit here. One of them is really good at working with metal. One of them's really good at working with lumber. So she wanted to task them with jobs that would get them better at the thing they're not good at. I agreed. My character didn't. So instead, what my character says is you have to both work on the same project, and one of you will work on one thing, and the other will work on another one. That's a choice, admittedly, Ked Viper. I have that turned on. So, apparently, whatever. Story, class quest, make. Oh, right. I believe default is gray? Does anybody know the answer to that? Because I don't remember. It's been a very long time since I've had the default interface on. Question of anti-synergy. Which 2 characters from the same franchise are great individually, but significantly worse together? Well, see, that is the opposite mentality part, which I don't agree with personally, but I'm saying it wrong. Saying I don't agree with it is inaccurate, because it's a valid mentality. It's just not the one I champion, I guess. To explain that a little bit, there's two lines of thought when it comes to managing skill sets. Work on their strengths, work on their weaknesses. And those are the two mindsets. So I tend to be shore up the weaknesses, whereas most people tend to be shore up the strengths. I just finished a massive rant about that, ChrisCon. I don't even know where to summarize that. Bad and then good, and then bad and then good, and then good and then good. There you go. There's my summary. Yeah, versatility versus hyper-specialization. Or homogenization versus specialization, if you want to go that way with it. Specialization is fun from a game perspective, but from a real-life perspective, I tend to lean more towards homogenization. Probably because that's me. I don't specialize in anything in real life. I'm just a little bit good at everything. Just a little. Not really. Okay. Yep, they're all figuring out their strengths and weaknesses. He knows gems, he knows metal, she knows lumber. There we go, cool. No, I am totally a jack of all trades. And admittedly, that is also on purpose. It has been since I was pretty young. Like I said, I don't think there's anything individually that I'm actually really good at. Apparently, the ring I just built was so amazing that they're all inspired by my incredible crafting. My character is much better than I am. I do agree with you, of course, Pyro. And yeah, a jack of all trades is good for hole filling. Which some people think is a bad thing, and those people are dumb, because a hole filler is extraordinarily useful for a teamwork. Any kind of team. Okay. Sure. Let's see what's up here. Question. So, okay, I haven't finished Tim's question yet. Anti-synergy. Two characters who are great, but terrible together. Yeah, you can make whatever dumb joke you want to, but it's dumb and you're dumb for making it. So, moving on. Two characters who are great that work terribly together, like actually get worse when working together. And I feel like there's a lot of examples of that, but they're all so individual examples that I can't even think of which direction to take that in. Like, Odo and Quark, you'd say, oh, they're terrible together, but actually when they stop, dicking around, they work together quite well, so that's not really an example of what you're talking about. Lex Luthor and Soups? Well, no, those two work really well together. When, they actually bothered to. And so forth and so on. So I'm just going to pass on that. I don't have an answer for you. Any answer I could come up with is too temporary. Okay. That's interesting. So she's all frustrated because she's about to give up. And the other two have been watching her very closely for no reason. Wink, wink, she's hot. And as a result, everyone's progress has been made worse because she keeps screwing up and they're looking at the pretty girl. Well, considering we don't do it alone, yes, I would say that's an accurate way to put that. Wink. Oh, that's an interesting point. So apparently, the direction we're taking this in is we're going to solve her problem, because of course we are, by giving her glasses, because her eyesight is causing her issues. So we give her glasses. Okay, whose hand is raised? Oh, that's easy. It's Kanchana's. Wow. Okay. How have you not already walked off a cliff? Okay, so we need to fix her glasses pronto. Kanchana, by the way, is the snake lady. That I don't think my eyesight is that bad, and my eyesight is quite bad because I've been using computers since I was a child. Wow. Alright, well, that's my next task, is make some glasses that actually, you know, fix her vision. Jeez Louise. Precision specs. Oh, let's see. Next question. Question of synergy. Which two characters who can't stand each other work well together? Odo and Quark. There we go. Whew. Okay, got that out of the way. That's easier. There's a lot of examples of that. That's just the odd couple, is what that is. So Colin Peluso asks, do you think the over-reliance on Warcraft 3 story hurts the overall narrative potential of WoW? No. Also, do you need knowledge of Warcraft 3 to understand WoW hurt it too? No again. However, in both cases, the answer is actually yes. The biggest problem is and always has been the fact that Warcraft doesn't know how to tell its damn story. It's the Kingdom Hearts problem, right? The fact that it doesn't know how to present its elements and doesn't know how to emphasize its elements is a big deal. I was just thinking that. I drink from ham. I mean, I'd probably get surgery, too. So let me explain what I mean by that. A lot of people are like, you always say that WoW's story is badly toned. Do you mean it's not in the game? So, no. The problem is a matter of emphasis. Because, hang on, let me finish reading this. Yeah, she can see now because I made her some good glasses. Why? Okay. That's strange. Did I miss the part there? But why don't you just make another... Okay, whatever. That's just a joke. It's a bad joke. I mean, actually, that's not a bad way to put it, Giga. No, the problem is WoW's story is there, but it's almost always not given emphasis. The thing... So to explain what I mean by that. Let's say that there's a story arc. I'm going to make one up, so I don't have to put up spoiler tag. Let's say there's a story arc about economic recovery for a nation that just resisted a major occupation. Hey. And let's say that instead of it being part of a main quest... Instead of doing a story arc about that economic reconstruction, instead of having a cutscene about it, instead of having the main characters talk about it, what happens is as you're going through the town after the occupation has been lifted, NPCs randomly talk about it. Like, as you're walking by, they'll be like, oh man, I'm so glad that we're getting this working. We really need to start pushing our exports a little bit higher. I'm glad we got this trade route with such and such. You know, it's so in the background. That's kind of what WoW tends to do. It pushes an enormous amount of its storytelling into the background. And so the only things that get emphasis are the things like the actual cutscenes, which are usually plot points, which are usually bad, to put it as bluntly as I can. Now, you might say, is that even story at this point? Absolutely, because that then comes up. Now that they've economically recovered in a future story arc, the reason that this previously occupied place now has the ability to be a player on the stage, the world stage. And so they throw their weight around economically and militarily and affect the change of a future story arc, right? So it is part of this nation's story that's going throughout the course of this and intercedes with the plot twice. But it's always just back there, barely told. This is just one example, so please don't take this as read. But you get my point, right? That's WoW's problem, is it pushes so much of the storytelling into the background. It also leans a little bit too heavily on visual storytelling, which is its own problem. Like, how many of you even knew that the Scarlet Crusade was pretty much wiped out during Cata, specifically? How many of you know that the only survivors of the Scarlet Crusade ended up taking sanctuary with the Holy Priest Order in Legion? You know? And it's not like the Scarlet Crusade haven't been plot relevant multiple times. You can actually track the story of the Scarlet Crusade throughout the expansions. But, of course, they don't get any cutscenes, and they barely get screen time, so it's whatever. But you get my point. You get my point. Honestly, I actually forgot how well WoW's story fits with itself until I did the Lorecraft series. And, you know, had to put the puzzle pieces together in a more summarized format. It's like, oh, this actually works really well. It actually kind of is, yeah, Tim. It's not quite the same thing, but it's a similar problem. I wouldn't be surprised by that, Primarch. I don't know, obviously, but I wouldn't be surprised by that. Anyways, so back into it. If Garrosh was an FF14, do you think the Warrior of Light would be able to redeem him? Depends on the point in his arc. So here's the big character point about Garrosh. You ready for this? Because this is his character in a nutshell. He has no central core. He has... Yeah, Kingdom Hearts conclusive. He has no... There's a reason I just paralleled that. He doesn't have a sense of self or identity. What he does is he follows what other people say. He's like, oh, this is what orcs are. I'm going to champion this idea of orcs that I get from other people and their idea of orcs. Or, I should be a noble and honorable leader because I'm listening to this person. Or, I'm going to push for this kind of supremacy because the EP pushes for it, etc., etc., etc. Actually, that is exactly correct, Takoida. In fact, much of the story arc of Garrosh is, bit by bit, good people being removed from his circle of people. And that's the irritating part about it, is because it starts off, he's got several people who are wise and reasoned, and then one of them leaves to go deal with the Cataclysm, and then one of them leaves to go deal with the issues of the Cataclysm, then one of them is accidentally killed by him. That's a whole story arc. And just bit by bit, all these people just leave his circle of people. And who does he replace them with? That twit from the Dragon Maw clan, Zayella, and that asshole from the Blackrock clan. And those become his chief advisors. Is it no surprise the direction he went? But again, how many of you even knew that? How many of you knew that they became his chief advisors? Because again, WoW doesn't know how to tell its damn story. Schoolmaster Runner, what are you doing? I mean, what can we do for you? Don't call me that again. We've received real orders from real clients. Uh-huh. But we're years away from making saleable stuff. He kind of is, Ked Viper. Like I said, Garrosh is actually quite well written. It has a fascinating and fantastic arc. It's just... most people just see, oh, I'm dumb. Which I don't blame them, because he is actually stupid. It's just he's well-written stupid. And he is extraordinarily charismatic. Like, his int and his whiz are both at, like, 5. Maybe 6. But his charisma is probably about 18 or 19. And yeah, so, yeah, sorry, getting back to the question on Magnus. Absolutely, the Warrior of Light would be able to be a voice of reason, to be able to help Garrosh to be a better person. There's actually a book in, I forget which book it is, where they handle some alternate timelines. Potential timelines. And in one of them, Garrosh had the proper upbringing, and it was a hero. Just like one of the most venerated and decorated heroes of that particular timeline. Because he listened to the right people. Yeah. I mean, he's just a bundle of clay, so that makes a degree of sense to me. Alright, so what's our order? What do we got? Well, by the time Warlords came around, all he had left was Zayella, who you remember was actually in Warlords, and, I can't remember his name. It's one of the Bronze Dragons who was an idiot, who wanted to return to the days of Bronze Dragon domination and prominence over the Timeways. And so yeah, he still had two evil advisors when it came to that. He ended up sending Zayela to Blackrock Mountain to wipe out Stormwind, which was actually her idea, by the way. And he ended up murdering whatever the Bronze Dragon's name is, and then taking his idea and running with it. Go figure. It's one of the reasons Garrosh gets so damn angry at Thrall in their final confrontation. We did! We got just the worst Garrosh. It's kind of funny and tragic to think about it. And I always remember that it's actually all our fault, because we're the ones who started that whole ball and chain all the way back in BC. I should probably mention, and I've long since held this opinion, that a lot of the problem is also Thrall's fault. Because Thrall... Imagine for a moment, if I sat down right now and praised... This is a bad example, but just bear with me, okay? I praised Stalin. And talked about how much Stalin was amazing and awesome and incredible. Because in this made-up universe, he was actually, like, at the last minute, Stalin did something to try and help redeem the Russian people, or whatever, right? So, imagine now that I go to an extremely impressionable youth, Garrosh, and I'm like, oh man, Stalin was so incredible, without the clarifications and the nuance necessary to actually explain that. And so all Garrosh comes away with was, Stalin was incredible. And duh, of course Garrosh turns out bad. Thanks, Thrall. Okay, where's like, I'm sorry, but Grom was not a good person. He didn't even redeem the orcs in the end. He redeemed himself for his own selfish reasons. It was Thrall who put him on a pedestal. And so, of course, Garrosh is like, oh, my father was super amazing. I should look into what kind of person he was. Oh, he was a horrible person. I should emulate that because I've been told that was a good person. Jesus Christ. Okay. Moving on. So Doom Rider, I actually answered your question the other day, but I don't know if you caught it. You asked me about how to name stuff. Did you get that answer? Because I can repeat myself if I have to, because I have an answer there. Oh, I know. Garrosh would have been so amazing if he had a Final Fantasy character with it. Let's just call it what it is. Because FF games always tend to have that, you know, we will make friends through adversity kind of thing going on. Power of friendship, etc. Garrosh didn't have a friend. That's not a joke, by the way. Garrosh did not have a friend. Not one. Uh-oh. Look! It's the Sultana. I mean, some random person. Yeah, Thrall was as close to a friend as he gets, and that's not great. Yeah, that's an Orchestrion. It's perfect in every way save for its size. If only it were small enough to fit in my bedchamber. Does an elegant composition not exist? Did Thrall do that out of political convenience? No. Did he do it because he felt guilty? Kind of. It basically because of something else. Thrall, let me say this as bluntly as I can, was stupid. Now, don't mistake me. I actually like Thrall as a character quite a bit. But the thing is, Thrall really did actually put Grom on a pedestal and just kind of mentally hand-waved away all of the bad person that he was. Thrall idolized Grom. So Thrall uplifted Grom because he actually really did think that much of him. You know? And then Thrall, who has a really bad habit of... So, okay, Thrall's biggest weakness, I can tell you right now, he doesn't think things through. He's not a long-term thinker. He is, in fact, arguably a bad... let's call him a bad commander. He's a good leader. He's very charismatic, he's very sincere, and he generates a loyalty and just like that, right? People just follow him without even question, because he's Thrall. The catch is, though, he really doesn't know how to be in charge of a long-term situation. He doesn't think things out. Instead, he just kind of does things. So when the cataclysm hit and all the most powerful shamans of the world were required to prevent the world from dying, he didn't even think about it. He was just like, all right, I'm going to go do that. Garrosh, you're in charge now. What? And that was a terrible idea. But it's okay. You got this. You got this. Everything will be cool. I'm going to go save the world. Bye. And you get my point. Alright, so let's make a miniaturized version of the Orchestron for... Oh, excuse me. For Nanama, shall we? Ugh. Anyways, question. So, writing, names. I have 2 pieces of advice for you, Doom Rider. Piece of advice number 1. The most common way I'll just come up with names is it depends on the language in question. Each language approaches this differently. But there's a flow to words. Like in English. I'll talk about English because that's the language I know. In English, certain words gel better. Certain vowels and certain consonants gel better next to each other. And I can't describe this because it's just something you get used to after years of analyzing sentence and word structure. But you can just pull different words and different vowels and different sounds together in a way that flows. So you could say something like Severian. That just flows naturally, right? It's a smooth name that doesn't have any issues with it. Or Teplarin is another example. And so that's my first piece of advice. Learn language so well you can do it off the top of your head. Now hang on, I have a second piece of advice, which is even more work. What you do is you establish a naming schema. So let me actually use some examples here. If I could find any... Where is she? Okay, here we go. This is actually a perfect example. You see this woman right here? Her name is J. Quebeca, or however the hell you're supposed to pronounce that. Now the thing is, the reason that's her name is because the Mikote, in general, put the tribe name at the beginning. So she is of the J tribe. J apostrophe name. And the second part of the name usually involves an excess of consonants. So, you know, Paclarin or Teclarity or something like that. Those are normal names for Mikote, right? There are exceptions, of course, and then there's the Tia thing at the end, which is another agenda. But the point is, that's a rule set. That's a nomenclature that works for Mikote. So the other thing you could do is you could establish a rule set of this is how this species tends to name itself, and then once you've established a baseline, you can establish different names of that particular species. And there's my 2 pieces of advice for you. Work and more work. There you go. Okay, that's a thing. Yeah, I hate Rogadin names. Although there's names I hate more. Ishgardian names. Yes, you're supposed to reproduce that. I don't know how to do that. The more I learn about goldsmithing, the more I'm made to appreciate the schoolmaster's brilliance and how unpolished I feel next to him. You just started this. You're a god amongst goldsmiths. Please stop talking me up. Though we may never hope to get where you are, we'll keep on climbing every mountain in hopes we one day will. Right. I mean, in lore, yeah. He's amazing. I'm not, obviously. Man, if I was as good as him, holy crap. Qui-Gon Schnapps. Ah! Am I still getting bombarded with subs? That's Underman's. Oh, jeez, that's not even halfway through. Questions. If you've been put in charge of finding a way to sabotage WoW and kill it, how would you do it? But wait, hang on. Every change you make, the majority of players must love. Okay, that's easy. First of all, just pull up a random thread about all the changes that need to happen to WoW, and then do them. And I guarantee you, it will shred that game in no time flat. By the way, fun thing, that applies to virtually every MMO. Schoolmaster Runner. You'll never guess. We already started working on the orchestra without your knowledge because we wanted to see how well we could do by ourselves. Oh, okay. So they've divided up their tasks, each to their job. No, it's not a big interruption. It's just, I'm surprised that it's still going. Wait. The next one will be the last one. There it is. Okay. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Excellent day for an exorcism. I am, as ever and as always, much appreciated. Thank you for your support. Always. If you happen to know a game you'd like to put those towards for increasing interest, please let me know. I mean, no, bad. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. Trust me, forum goers have no idea how to make an MMO. And that's been true for decades. You should have seen the forums of EverQuest and, the message boards of EverQuest and Asheron's Call and Ultima Online. Don't ever do what they say to do. Like, there's probably a decent idea in there, here or there, but if you just implement all that all willy-nilly, what you will have is a mess. Aw, I hope the dog recovers smoothly. No complications, no issues. Well, I think some of the ideas would be good, Mr. Red. Absolutely. It's just, it would be a whole lot of nonsense with no cohesive tone or design philosophy. And let's be frank, most of it would be bad. Things that seem good, but actually have a knock-on effect to make the game as an overall worse. That's the thing that most people don't think of when it comes to game design, especially for something like an MMO. Almost every change you make doesn't affect what you're changing. It affects everything. Or at the very least, large amounts of... I should say everything, but there's dominoes going on. There's adjustment going on. And yeah. Okay. So they actually put together the pieces for the orchestra. Now all I have to do... make it, which I can do in 4 button presses. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, 3 button presses. Never mind. Ooh, that was rough. So, here it is. Also true of Primarch. Even if by some miracle, in the best case scenario, if you have made a situation where you have made a good game by using the suggestions of the existing player base, you are going to build up and up and up the barriers to entry as it becomes less and less of a game that other people can play, and you diminish the amount of new players and new blood that will join your game, and it turns into Ultima Online, because that's exactly what happened to Ultima Online in the end. Nobody new was playing UO, only the old players were playing UO at a certain point. So they just started doing things for those players, and it just slowly trickled out. I already answered that, Elizar. Clearly, Elizar is not listening to me. That makes sense. So, Umbral Magmus... Hang on. Umbral Magmus to... Towards Kingdoms of Amalur. Thank you, Umbral Magmus, very much. Yeah, by the way, I have a more modern example of what I'm talking about, because it actually has happened recently. Shining Force 2, you got it. I think. Hang on, let me double check something really quick. Make sure it's on here. There it is, Shining Force 2. Perfect. Okay. I keep this right here so I can check Genesis games. You really weren't listening to me, Elizar. That's actually funny. So... Thrall's biggest weakness is the fact that he can't think strategically. He doesn't have long-term planning. That's his biggest flaw. I just said that. Do they have Shamrock Shakes, Mr. Red? Sorry. You asked at a bad time, Mr. Red. Give me a break here. Okay, so that's... apparently I'm muted. Sorry. I don't know when I'm muted. Oh, right. I was just doing some math. My bad. Anyways, get something better than McDonald's. But yes, excited is a good word. Thrall is pretty good in a crisis. And again, he is great at getting people together, because he is a very charismatic individual. But you don't want him in charge of something. And that's the problem. He became the war chief of the horde of multiple different species from different backgrounds and organizations, which by itself is already a huge issue. He was just handed the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and that went exactly how you'd think it would. It is a good example, because even just the orcs aren't unified. There's lots of different factions and mentalities amongst the orcs, and the trolls, and the Tauren, and so forth and so on. Be at ease, my friends. Yeah, if you gave him a small group, it might work out. Hey, Terra, I do hope you feel better soon. So yes, we brought a gift for you, Nanamo. A humble gift in exchange for the large amount of money you have dumped into this school. No, actually, I agree. He is a classic dictator. He is a classical dictator. It's an emergency. We need someone who has unilateral control right now. Boop. Okay. Emergency passed. Step aside. I actually did, Terra. Just, I haven't had any kind of time recently. Does it not please you, Your Grace? The very thing I was desired, yet resigned never to find. Interesting and unnecessary fake out. The jewels! Yep, it's the jewels of the crown. That's terrifying. May I try it? Jesus. Let's not even talk about pod to cot. Because that is the answer to your question, Ross. Pod to cot. It's literally the Ul'dah Night theme, if you can't hear that. It was a collaboration between apprentices who crafted and assembled the primary components and their schoolmaster runner who handled the finishing touches. I gave the crown willingly, expecting not in return, yet here it is to me, reborn in magnificent form. Yay. And Nog is the easy answer, because if you remember, Nog quite literally didn't have lines originally. He had grunts and growls. And he was the assistant thief to Random Man who didn't have a name. I think Nog wins. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Rom had a hell of an overhaul, but honestly, his was, I would say, less distance. It's a big overhaul, don't mistake me, but it's Nog literally went from background goblin to Nog, you know? That's pretty impressive, I think. Anyways, so thoughts on a lawful good assassin. So I could see an assassin being good, and I could see an assassin being lawful, so I don't actually have any contradictions there. It makes perfect sense to me. I suppose, as far as a trope, I do feel it's a little bit overdone, because there's a lot of fiction that tends to glorify assassins by effectively making them lawful good. See Thane for a perfect example of this. Oh yeah, the Morag Tong, to use the Elder Scrolls example. Hell, I myself actually have in the Primus campaign, for those of you who remember that, there's a legalized form of assassination, which is it has a whole in-depth thing I'm not going to bore you with right now, for exactly how it functions. So, yeah, no, I'm with it. I do think it's a little overdone, but I still like it. He was flustered. Well, yeah. Yeah, Rom was Flanderized until he got character growth. It's really weird. We have a situation. Okay, what is it? What could this be? No sooner did I return than I was flooded with orders for the same orchestron you presented to the Sultana. It seems word has gotten out of the Crown Gemworks tribute for her grace. While Ul'dah is not rife with rumors, it happened with such speed beggars belief. Yeah, we literally can't make another one of those. That was made with the crown of the Queen. Oh, Quark totally changed. Again, pay attention to him in Season 1. Of course she told Momodi, who told everybody. And yeah, Agent 47 would probably be... Well, Agent 47 is a lawful, neutral assassin. But it wouldn't be hard to see him drifting into lawful good. Yep, it's your specialty now. Don't worry, you've got the schoolmaster at your backs. Actually, no. I got stuff to do, so you gotta deal with this by yourselves. But Alamigo will provide resources. You will provide expertise. You'll sell it at them. They'll take a portion. You'll take a portion. The rest goes to Alamigo. Financial stability added. I'm thinking a story positive for this arc. What are we thinking? Yeah, I like this story too. Like I said, Goldsmith and Culinarian tend to be pretty good. It's one of the reasons I usually leave Culinarian for last. You know, it's like a little treat at the end of these. Goldsmith is GSM. Scroll up to the positives. Here we go. What's the Death Knight archetype, Mr. Red? Okay, so now we do hop into up here. Questions. I must find a way to triple the player count of an MMO after 3 years. How do you do it? You don't. It's not possible. The end. I'm really not joking. Like, okay. If all you care is player count and don't care about absolutely destroying your game, what you do is you turn a... so what you do is you make your MMO into a predatory practice nonsense thing and use it so that it's super free and easy to play and easy to sign up for, and just make it so that lots and lots of people can sign up. And then you go to the people who are demanding you triple your player base and point to all those accounts, doesn't matter if they're playing, doesn't matter if they're active, and say, look, we've tripled it, ta-da! And you have successfully killed your MMO, but you did triple your player base. Oh yeah, make it playable on the phone, too. I thought that was a gimme, honestly. I'm really not joking. You could triple your player base by killing your game. That is a thing that has happened. Oh yeah, sorry. I told you I'd give you a modern example of an MMO that used player advice in developing the MMO, and then I got distracted. WildStar, which brought back attunement chains as a result of player feedback. For those of you who don't know how bad attunements are in WildStar, holy crap. I can't summarize it because it would take a while. It's bad. Good Lord. Oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Right. I can't talk to anyone about it. Our guild's in peril. Sales continue to plummet. I don't know what to do about it. What concerns me more is the toll has been taking on our timber master. He's been working tirelessly at the expense of his own health. Uh-oh. But all is not yet lost. I have found a solution. If we're to speak with one of the locals, find out what kind of furniture designs are in demand, we can alter our products. But I need someone to help me. Okay. It totally does, von Falkenstein. To Carline Canopy. So, my Death Knight's name is Dying Scream, Mr. Red. Now, I have a whole story arc that I wrote for her that I'm not going to bore you with. Or story arcs, more accurately. What do you think her personality is like? Just off the top of your head. She died during the Troll Wars, by the way. She was preserved because she was honorated as a hero for blah, 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 blah. And then they found her corpse and, hey! Yeah, it's... I mean, Takoida already knows where I'm going with this. She is a rather bright, happy, connective tissue person who is fairly charismatic and likes hanging out with other people and tends to be friends with everybody. Her mount is this giant golden drake because she likes shining things. There you go. That's how you subvert it. She's still a beat. This person has been doing this, playing right here, since I was here last time for a different quest. What the hell? Dolmen art furniture. Oh, that's crazy. Well, no, because the Warrior of Light has no character, obviously. She likes the sparkles. They're pretty. She is a beast in combat because she's an experienced veteran before she became a Death Knight. But, you know. Whee! Yep, sorry. Dolmen furniture is just better than ours. So, she says there's no way he'll listen to me. But he'll listen to you. Okay. So hang on. Questions. Opinion on the old Battlefront games. So I think I've only played one of them, and I was really just kind of... No, I played two of them, sorry. I was really bored with one of them because there was nothing to do except for PvP matches, which I have no interest in. But then one of them had, like, this campaign mode, like Conquer the Galaxy mode, and that was okay, and that was funnish for, like, a day. And that's my opinion on Battlefront. Not a lot of meat on its bones. That's a good one. I like that, Umbral Magnus. Oh, no. Anybody who tells you Death Knights are emotionless is an idiot. No offense. I can actually explain Death Knights and all undead, tier 3 undead, or type 3 undead, excuse me, very, very simply. I want you to imagine for just a moment. I want you to imagine for a moment. What's the best way to visually present this? I want you to imagine that you have a picture, a puzzle. It's a jigsaw puzzle, okay? And this is you. It's nuanced and complex, and it has ups and downs and emotions, and it's a person, right? Because we're complicated, because that's what people are. Now once you die, some of those pieces can, but are not necessarily removed. And once you are raised back up, some of those pieces can, but are not necessarily removed. Now, this doesn't really get it across perfectly, because the problem is the raising process actually magnifies some of the pieces that are left. So you do see some Death Knights who are, or Forsaken in general, who are just really, really extreme in exactly one trait, or two or three. It's because those traits got magnified by the process of being resurrected. This is, by the way, on top of the fact... It is kind of a data corruption thing, absolutely. This is on top of the fact that they died and were brought back from the dead, which, if you're paying attention, is traumatic twice. Dying is a horrible thing to go through. Being rezzed is a horrible thing to go through. Like, it's actually physically painful, never mind the emotional and mental trauma it does. So... Now, it's also worth noting that it is possible, unlikely, that a person can come back as an undeath and be completely the same. No changes, right? Just, yep, nope, everything's cool. But most of the time what happens is instead they're, you know, because, yeah, you can literally see people's personalities completely shift For the same reason that would happen in real life. Have you ever been through a near-death situation? Because I have. Thank you, Rex. Very, very much. It's been going very well. Thank you. Always appreciate it. I will put that towards Axiom Verge. Done. No, the Lazarus Pit is a little bit different, but, you know, kind of leaning in that direction. Because, again, it is possible to go through it and just be fine. Yeah, exactly. You ever been through a near-death? This is going through a death situation. And again, remember, being raised as undeath in every work, in everything, is emphasized to be just as painful and unpleasant as dying. Because it is dying. It's just inverted. So, like, you're stabbed, and all of the horror and torture and torment and trauma of that, and then, you're brought back as a zombie, and all the torture and terror and trauma of it is just there again. You effectively die twice every time you're brought back as a sentient, sapient undead. It's one of the reasons why the Forsaken are the way they are. So, sorry for going on this topic, but point being, that's how you subvert a Death Knight. Or that's why most people think Death Knights are misery guts, because there are several Death Knights who are just brooding misery guts. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's worth noting, I'm just talking about the lucky undead, the one who get brought back as themselves, but undead. Type 3 undead, as I call it. You know, you actually still have your soul attached. You're still a sentient, sapient being. Instead, there's much worse ways to be brought back. Much worse. Hell, even Drakengard managed to get this point right. Dying Scream is her name. And no, she's not bloodthirsty at all. She is, in fact, very efficient. No wasted movement, no wasted energy. Just, this is what's necessary to kill the enemy, shonk, and they're gone. Okay, what's the issue? Why doesn't no one listen to what I say? She approached me asking if anything was wrong, so I thought this time would be different. As soon as she began talking, she sat down and began pinging her tools together. Also true, Nimi. It's one of the reasons why Death Knights... This is going to sound like a weird thing, but it's one of the reasons why Death Knights are so powerful in lore. Because the only ones who survive to become Death Knights require a substantial amount of will and strength to do so. So only the best are the Death Knights. Everyone else just doesn't handle it. They don't deal with it properly. They can't. They get crushed by it. There's a reason why one of the three most common things to happen when you're brought back in undeath as a Type 3 undead is to immediately commit suicide. Daily YouTube. Yeah, we literally see what happened to the failures in the Death Knight starting zone. We see this in the Forsaken stuff too, when they start raising people and they're like, nope. Nope. Anyways, what's going on? Talk to us here. I have no idea you felt what they... Mother was right. I need to learn to listen instead of jumping to conclusions. Don't you worry. We'll find an answer to your problems. Oh. Okay. I mean, okay, valid, Terra, but you know what I mean. They don't deal with it as well as others deal with it. I'm not sure how I would deal with that. Yeah, even Sylvanas, who is, you know, the archetype of all this thing, she didn't deal with it well at all. She went, oh. It's honestly kind of hard to blame her. Oh, absolutely, Cashel. Agreed. I just wish we did more with her, you know, because that's a fascinating character right there. And she's only really in like 3 things ever. Okay. Anyways, I should get back to questions. We've gotten way off topic with this undeath thing. Imagine that ARR 1.0, well, it's actually FF14 1.0, was only mediocre and wasn't complete garbage. What changes in the MMO landscape? That's actually a really good question. So, I'm going to go and give my opinion. If 1.0 wasn't the worst video game ever made, I think, again, not being hyperbolic, worst video game ever made, then I don't think we would have ARR. I don't think we would have ever gotten ARR. I don't think this would have ever built itself up as the other big MMO. And I think that would have shuffled around things a little bit with regards to the MMOscape. It also means that Square Enix itself probably would have actually gone bankrupt without the eventual 14 sales to bolster it. I think Square Enix would have shut down the doors and started auctioning off pieces. WoW is arguably still on top, but yeah, WoW would still be on the top. And when all of the issues with Blizzard and WoW happened, there would be just this dirge of, well, now what? Because there would be no next big game to pull up the player base. And so a lot of those people would probably go to those pseudo MMOs, which I like to call crap-MMOs, which is all usually, it's all the Korean stuff, right? Or Lost Ark or stuff like that. And that would suck. How about a lamp? I'm a carpenter, right? Okay. A case. Perfect. Okay. Oh, and thank you, Huthor. As always. Jotting that down for Warhammer, I'm assuming. I mean, you're probably right, offshore Twitch account. Like, that honestly, I really believe that if 1.0 wasn't total garbage, it would be a sea change to a lot of gaming in general. Because remember, one of the biggest reasons they were able to do what they did and overhaul it was because 1.0 was so bad. It was so record-breakingly bad. It was so ridiculously bad in such a way that they had to pull the plug. They had to take extreme measures. And that's how we got ARR. That's how Square Enix managed to stay afloat. And here we are, right? It's weird, but yeah, I agree. 1.0 being total garbage was probably the best thing to happen to Square Enix. That company, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. The company was on its way out. It was staring at bankruptcy. It was already doing the paperwork. They were in the red. So, altering your look will change the way you feel about people and how people react to you. That's worth a try. Wallowing in self-pity will fix nothing. I mean, yeah. It's beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, that would probably mean no Dragon Quest XI. Probably we wouldn't have the 3DS Dragon Quest either, which would be a hell of a shame, if I'm being blunt. No FF7R1. I know some people would call that a good thing. No Kingdom Hearts 3. Kingdom Hearts would have just died. Or been taken up by another company. Actually, no. No, I take that back. Kingdom Hearts would have died because Disney wouldn't give enough of a crap to put it somewhere. Oh, it's absolutely a good thing. That's the great irony of it. Nobody would miss 15. I didn't even mention 15. Yeah, 15 would have never come out. Remember, 15 was announced to be 4/14. Because remember, it used to be 13. Odd. Oh, nice. Ooh, double nice. Let's go hit it. Yeah. I actually defend FF15 more than most people. But even I stand by the fairly negative review I gave that game. I think it was actually a net negative, especially on the gaming axis. It's just like, what is this crap? What? I told you I wanted something that would help me establish a base of patrons. This is an advertisement aimed at the general public. The precise opposite of what I need. Even if I had requested this ridiculous sign. What makes the writing will convince people? The writing is illegible. You can barely make out the name of my shop. Aww. She tried, though. She's eager and earnest and terrible. Okay, fine. I'll fix things. As is my want. So, your tea house needs something. So what do we add? We're a carpenter. What do we add to a tea house to give it ambiance? Naturally, in gameplay terms, what we have to do is talk to people. What would you add to a tea house? Let's just see if your answer coincides with the game's answer. Tables? I mean, okay. I actually do think the main the main three's character dynamic is easily the best thing about 15. The interplay and interaction between those three characters was just absolutely phenomenal. A cudgel with which she can defend herself. Nope. A pipe box so people can smoke and unwind. And that's apparently the answer. Wow, I thought that wasn't it. So that's what we're making. A pipe box so people can smoke at the tea house. Okay. I mean, I'm allergic, so I wouldn't have guessed that one. Anyways, questions. Third most ironically tragic character. Bob. No, I can't even think of his name. Gladio. That's it, Gladio. Gladio is not part of the character dynamic, to be as blunt as I can. Gladius, whatever the hell his damn name is. And when I went back through it with the review, that really was made clear to me. He literally doesn't fit with the dynamic of the other three. The other three have good interactions, good character, good moments, good everything. Good voice acting, wonderful dynamics, multiple variable dynamics, like their dynamics change over the course of the thing. And then there's Gladio, who's either an asshole or a guy with a shield. And by a shield, I mean a sword. And that's it. So it's a pipe box. Why is this a good idea? Most of my customers smoke. Inviting them here to do it after sweets and tea will encourage them to stop by more regularly. And that's... wow, that's... gross, actually. Where did you come from? How did you even get here? Whatever. The call of the wood sent him here. No jokes, please. The intricate metal inlay, finely polished wood. This is your work, Lore. Yeah, it was me. You have quite a sense of humor, child. My dear lady, it seems protege has seen fit to furnish you with a pipe box in the truest sense of the word. What do you mean? A pipe box holds ash, and this one is made of ash lumber. Get it? By the way, hi, Savicom. I hope your computer gets back to you at some point in time, and not just because I want you to voice act for me. No, I haven't, Eliezer. I've been very slow at getting through questions because there's a lot of reading. Sorry, this is a really actually a bad time for questions. Oh, that's awful, Huthor. Why would you do that? Anyways, he's sending her to... God, he's tall. I think he's actually as tall as I am. That's impressive. He's sending her to Yanxia. Alright, what's the one thing holding you back? You strive solely for perfection. Remember, your purpose is not to create something flawless, but something authentic. He is my height. That's impressive. Oh my god, that's awful, Huthor. That's so awful. That's the worst tie-in. I wonder how many people are going to buy it. Like, that's a put on your shelf kind of a thing, right? Not an actual use it kind of a thing. Like the Dragon Quest slime controller for, I think it was the PS2. To Yanxia. And off she goes. I've learned a manipulation. Woo! I got a letter from her. It's PS2 or GameCube, I forget which. There's a village, they're constructing things, they have delicious food. Sugar-coated dumplings. Oh, I would kill for some sugar-coated dumplings right now. I would murder my entire chat. Twice! Because first I kill you, then I bring you back as an undead. Anyways, so, questions. Loner... Oh, I already answered that question. Casual's question. Is Jaina's character direction a Garrosh situation that is good? Right? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely casual. Jaina Proudmoore is actually an extraordinarily interesting and arguably well-written character who has multiple fascinating story arcs and has been through multiple arcs throughout the course of Warcraft 3 and WoW. But, so this is another perfect example. Real quick, I'm going to pause to talk about how badly WoW's story is told. So let's assume for a moment that you have Jaina's story arc, okay? In BFA. We'll use BFA specifically. Is Casual even there? Am I answering? Hang on. Casual! Casual! Hang on, I'll wait for a second to see if Casual's there. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Unfortunately, it looks like Casual's there. I'll hold off on answering that one then. Because, yeah, that, it's another good example of how WoW does storytelling, but... Oh, you're there! Okay. So here's Jaina's story arc, okay? Now, I'm not going to give you specifics because I don't feel like spoiling. All that you need to know is this story arc is good. It's a personal, fantastic story arc of guilt and regret and coming to grips with things that she's refused to acknowledge because she doesn't want to think ill of her own father. And it's powerful and amazing and awesome, okay? So here's the story arc. Great story. Here's how it's told. The very first cutscene is actually shown at the very beginning of the expansion. Then you do the rest of the expansion, during which she has no character or even presence as a character whatsoever. Then, after finishing all three major zones story arcs and concluding the main story quest up to a certain point, all of a sudden her character arc comes back in again. It's like, oh, now we got to do this other thing. So we do this other thing, and this is cool and awesome and amazing. And then you have to go do a mythic dungeon in order to continue it, and you get the problems here, right? Also, some of this story arc wasn't even continued until a patch. 2 patches later. So think of this from a real-life perspective. You see a cutscene, and then days or weeks pass in real life, and then you see some more cutscenes and some cool, awesome stuff. And then you do a dungeon which you may or may not even have the ability to do. And then you wait months before a patch comes in to continue the story arc. You see the problem? This is why I bash WoW's storytelling. Because the actual story of Jaina Proudmoore across BFA is fantastic. Multiple positive range, easily. But you can see how it's just, what are you doing with this? So they need tables and chairs. Okay, we can make tables and chairs. I mean, I'm just saying, it was just... Oh. Yeah, teleporting broadsides. Let's not even get into that nonsense. It's part of why I did the Lorecraft series, Umbral Magnus. Here's the story of Warcraft, so you can actually enjoy it. No, I didn't, because I haven't even gotten to it yet, Elizar. I'm totally ignoring you on purpose, and I'm definitely not just going down the list. So hang on. So there's the cat. There's the Jaina thing. How would I fix Bane Bloodhoof was the next question. No, I'll tell you what. I know you have to leave soon because you usually can only stay for a second. So let me find your question, Elizar. Give me a second. I've got a really big queue right now. There it is. Do you think there's something badly written about him? No. Jaina Proudmoore, what is her biggest flaw? Guilt. Many WoW players say that Thrall cheated during the fight with Garrosh with Thrall. No, he didn't. That's the dumbest goddamn thing I've ever heard. Anyways, that's not how that works on any level. Hi, we're going to do an ancient orcish duel to the death. Okay. Alright, I lost. But you cheated! You used magic. Yeah, he's a shaman. There's no weapons only. It doesn't work that way. Now, I know what you're thinking, but what about that thing in the movie? So the movie was brought up specifically because of the fact that that was one of the conditions. So here's how Mat Garal works, okay? You ready for this? Mat Garal works by you saying, here's the rules that we both have to follow for this challenge. If one of us doesn't follow these rules, that person has cheated. We have been dishonorable. Cool? Cool. Now, to my knowledge, that's only come up twice ever. Once, which was the Warcraft movie, and once in one of the books. Otherwise, there's no cheating. Now, you could argue that the poison in the Makara between Cairn and Garrosh was cheating, but again, Garrosh didn't do that. In fact, Garrosh was livid at that. For the wrong reason. He was livid because he felt he was denied the victory. He totally would have gotten wink wink. But no. There was no cheating. That's dumb. So the elements were mad at Thrall because the elements weren't mad at Thrall. Now I feel like that sounds like a joke, but that's actually the truth, Lord Harriman. What actually happened was Thrall was feeling guilty, so much so that he was having trouble operating properly. He was effectively going through a superhero depower moment. He didn't feel guilty about killing Garrosh, he felt guilty about failing Garrosh. And so he lost all of his confidence and all of his ability to actually function properly, and he just started sucking. Now, I'm saying this a little bit deleteriously, but it's worth noting that I kind of feel that, because I'm sure you know what it's like when you suddenly lose confidence and you're all nervous. Even if it's something you know what you're doing, even if it's something you've done a dozen times, it's like, oh god, oh god, oh god, freak out, freak out. And that's kind of what Thrall was going through. There's a reason he decided to go and just bow out and head out to frickin' Nagrand. It wasn't actually in the game at all, Trihexia, but it was in between Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm. One of the biggest gaps in lore between expansions. Most expansions happen pretty much right after the previous one, but there was actually a year, I believe it's a 1.5 year gap in between Wrath and Cata, during which a lot of stuff happened. For more details, see my Lorecraft series. Thank you, Little Billy. As always, Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. Give me 1 second. No, the duel actually did... Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, so, no. Give me 1 second. Master, there we go. That would make perfect sense, Huthor, but, I mean, we can't have good storytelling. Listen. So, the duel you're probably thinking of is the duel between Garrosh and Thrall, which was actually interrupted by the second Lich King's invasion. This was part of the Wrath of the Lich King's launch event. But the actual duel between Garrosh and Cairn has absolutely no presence whatsoever in the game. You see, it's funny you mentioned that, Huthor, because literally not about 40 minutes ago, I talked about the easiest and quickest ways to ruin an MMO is to listen to your player base too much. Sound familiar? I have said for years that one of the biggest problems the WoW devs have is they listen to the players too much. And I mean that. Not to say that they should ignore them entirely, but history has shown many times over that MMOs that listen too much to their players fail. Wildstar. He just keeps porting in. I'd say Kingdom Hearts in that case, if we count different consoles. See you around, Dream Whisperer. Like, don't mistake me. You obviously do want to listen to your players. You don't want to completely ignore them. But, like, there's extremes, you know? There's listening too much and there's listening not enough. And you want to be somewhere in here. And WoW, for a long time, has listened to their players too much. I really think that is a cause of a lot of issues here. And has been. Since Cata is when that really started being a thing. Aw. Why would you choose my partition over her table? we're private, so we want to have someplace where we can eat. This is a nice table. It's a work of art, but it doesn't do anything for me. I have no need of it. So, she's successfully been a good carpenter. Technically, she just made something her customer didn't need or want. Points for trying. Lore figured out what they actually needed. Yeah, I'm a better carpenter. What do you want from me? Anyways, I have no idea what you're talking about, Elizar, about Thrall fighting Gira. Or, sorry. Yes, I know what you're talking about. You and I are now talking about completely separate things. Someone asked me, is the duel between Cairn and Garrosh in-game? The answer is no. The duel between Thrall and Garrosh, which happens during Warlords of Draenor, is in-game. Yes, it's actually got its own cutscene and everything. It's a good cutscene. My favorite part about it, Warlords cutscenes were so legit. My favorite part about it is when Thrall says, "You failed yourself," and yet immediately after his body language clearly showcases that actually, no, he feels incredibly terrible about what just happened. And of course, that became a plot arc, which was abandoned. No, Trihexia, I think it didn't even occur to Garrosh to establish such a rule. Okay, so now I've skipped ahead to Elizar's question. Let's skip all the way back up to the top of the list. Yeah, WoW likes to just abandon story threads a little bit too much. It's a damn good cutscene, like I said. Of course, I would say every cutscenes in all of WoW, except for Shadowlands, are really good. Wow, yeah. Apparently this guy has a lot of a queue for carpentry. Hey, duh. That's such a dumb statement. Of course he makes something just for you. Sorry. Oh, don't even get me started, Huthor. They're dumb. They're generic. They're badly directed. The dialogue is not well designed, and the overall construction of them is just overall bad, I would say. It is a noticeable dip in quality. It reminds me of the cutscenes at the very end of Legion, which, if you remember, I bashed for the exact same reason. We must do this, or all of us are doomed. Yeah, no. I haven't gotten to yours yet, Zactaft. Hang on, I got a big question queue right now. A lot of questions. I can't see what you're quoting, Elizar, so I have no idea what you're quoting. Not to my knowledge, no, Lord Harriman. It wasn't cheating because they didn't agree on no magic. He wanted to beat Thrall at his best for bragging rights. I don't know anything about beating him at his best, but they did agree no magic, or rather, they didn't agree no magic. Excuse me, be more clear about that. So yeah, there's no cheating involved. I don't know why anybody says there's cheating. Anybody says there's cheating is a moron. Aw. Which Anduin one? Help me out, because there's like 3. Although, you might find this one funny. I think the Arthas one was really good. You can imagine how much in the minority I am on that one. No. No. Yep, I just lost internet. Again. For those of you not aware why I'm just so blarged about this, last night I was trying to get some blue magic stuff done. And I'm just going to hit that button there and stop even trying to stream it. And I was like, okay, I'll just get some blue magic stuff and get some prep work done. You know, just try to get some things working. And now OBS is like crashing on me, so I don't even know if you can hear me right now. So I'm going to just exit out of this. There we go. Yep. Oh, there we go. We're back. Okay, so anyways, so yeah, I just lost internet. And it wasn't on my end. It was something further up the pipe. And I was like, okay, that's cool. But then I just reconnected and got back into it and started working again. And then I lost connection again in the middle of a fight, actually. So that sucked. And then I lost connection again. And all of this is in the space of about 30 minutes. Now, we've been stable ever since. In fact, I did a hard power cycle on both my router and my Google Fiber box in order to try and fix all that. And we've been stable all day until just now, where the internet spontaneously decided to die on me. And is still currently dead. So we're going to go ahead and pull this down here. See if we can find out what the crap hell is going on with this. Because this is ridiculous. What do we got? What do we got? There's actually a thing for Google Fiber outages. That's not okay. Sure. Why do I have to do this? There's no outages in your area. I don't have internet right now. Bull frickety crap, I don't have it. There's no outages in my area. And the problem is, it's nothing on my end. I've already checked this. So I don't know what could specifically be doing it. So I'm going to go ahead and chop off the local recording, since I've now explained the situation to you. Hopefully this will be resolved soon, because the last thing I need while streaming an online game is repeated internet issues.